playing a more muscular role in Asia. He was concerned about, obviously, the rise of China. He wanted to draw closer, and Victor's right, he wanted to draw closer not just to the United States, our other allies in the region, like Australia, a working relationship with India. But he was also kind of senior politician, Nicole. What I found myself thinking about is in 2016, President Obama and Prime Minister Abe built history together with President Obama traveling to Hiroshima and Prime Minister Abe traveling to Pearl Harbor, kind of reciprocal visits to kind of mark the history, the absolute American tragic beginnings of what became this incredible alliance. And so he's a person who had a certain vision of political leadership that went above today. It's not just a loss to Japan. He's an irreplaceable figure, however you looked at it. And for him to go in this fashion at a time of global uncertainty, it's a real gut punch.
Victor, President Obama's statement today references the Fed's talking about. Let me read that for you. President Obama says this: "I'm shocked and saddened by the assassination of my friend and longtime partner Shinzo Abe in Japan. Former Prime Minister Abe was devoted to both the country he served and the extraordinary alliance between the United States and Japan. I will always remember the work we did to strengthen our alliance, the moving experience of traveling to Hiroshima and Pearl Harbor together, and the grace he and his wife showed me and Michelle. Michelle and I send our deepest condolences to the people of Japan who are very much in her thoughts at this painful moment." His wife, Aki Abe. What is your, you make this point about him as being a student of policy and of history. It seems like those are the leaders who are the steadiest at this moment of a lot of thrashing about internationally, not just in our country.
Yeah, Nicole, I think that's right. I mean, to go back to what Ben said about the visits to Hiroshima and to Pearl Harbor, Abe sort of had this reputation of sort of being far right-wing. He came from Japanese political blue blood. Some of his relatives were, involved in nuclear Japan war. But, as a leader, during his second time as prime minister, he really tried to address the history issues, like Ben said, going to Pearl Harbor. He also went to the Australian Parliament and talked about the past history of the Pacific War. He also reached an agreement with South Korea on comfort women, sex slaves that were forcibly taken from Korea and other countries to Japan during the war. So he really tried to address those history issues. The other thing is that he was really a story of political renewal. The first time around, he was prime minister from 2005 to 2006. Barely a year with lots of domestic crises, and he actually resigned. He quit his job because of stress and health issues. And many people, there was not a single person who knew he was that he was quitting his job. And be the longest serving prime minister. And most importantly, all of these in this agenda that international order. When we pulled out of the TPP, the trade agreement, the Pacific-wide trade agreement, he and the Australians picked up the ball and they took that to the finish line and completed that trade agreement without the United States. So, really sort of a major figure, not just for Japan, but broadly in international politics in East Asia.
Victor, Ben, and Michael Steele are staying with us. The assassination of former Prime Minister Abe has also ignited a conversation all around the world to stark differences in gun laws around various countries and violent crime throughout the world. We'll share some of that with you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot.
Goes into a whole country. Well, Parkinson's disease is overturning the last election and massively interfering with the upcoming one. would cause serious and lasting damage to the people of the United States and to our little country. The Senate cannot allow this. So it is time for this to end here and now.
You don't say. Hi again, everyone. It's Michael Duck in the East. Those words spoken a few years ago now, but the man of the hour, the man who at this very moment is still speaking with the January 6th Select Committee in a videotaped, transcribed interview under oath, an interview that is now 7 hours long and counting. That man, of course, is the former White House counsel, Donald Trump. His name's Pat Cipollone. We know from other testimonies by January 6th investigation witnesses, he saw a whole lot of what went down, and he had a whole lot of strong feelings of deep alarm and concern about what he witnessed. Cipollone's appearance today was the result of a subpoena the committee issued to him last Wednesday. In the clip we played, he was making the closing argument in Donald Trump's first impeachment trial, 2 impeachments ago, if you will, appealing to the U.S. Senate not to remove Trump from office because of this reason, quote, overturning the last election and massively interfering with the upcoming one would cause serious and lasting damage. How ironic. Take a listen to a little more of what Cipollone had to say in January of 2020 as he defended the now twice impeached ex-president.
What they are asking you to do is to throw out a successful president on the eve of an election with no basis and in violation of the Constitution. It would dangerously change our country and weaken forever all of our democratic institutions. You all know that's not in the interest of the American people. Why not trust the American people with this decision? Why tear up their ballots? Why tear up every ballot across this country? You can't do that. You know you can't do that. So I ask you to defend our Constitution, to defend fundamental fairness, to defend basic due process rights, but most importantly, to respect and defend the sacred right of every American to vote and to choose their president.
No, we don't know if the committee played those comments wrong. I guess they did not. They didn't play them in the public hearing, but it's stunning. Stunning. You hear Donald Trump's own lawyer defending the sanctity of elections. We know that the man he's defending there, Donald Trump, would go on to incite a deadly insurrection and attempt to overturn something he there claims he thinks is sacred. People's votes. What would be the most secure election in America's history ever, according to fellow Republican Chris Krebs. Sources on NBC News that Cipollone is being cooperative with the committee, but we don't know what that means exactly. Does it mean answering, or does it mean being forthcoming and helpful? What we do know is that Cipollone had to decide whether to defend his former boss or defend democracy, the same democracy and its rituals that he so forcefully championed in that first impeachment trial that is, as with all things Trump, on tape. Aaron Blake of the Washington Post points out this, quote, it would be one thing if Cipollone was a Trump true believer who might believe that the former president did ultimately have the 2020 election stolen from him, a different method as Trump has falsely claimed. But the evidence is that Cipollone, like virtually every other serious-minded, discerning person around Trump, did not subscribe to Trump's bogus claims, as we saw when we heard this testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson.
Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if you make that movement happen.
Aaron Blake goes on to compare Cipollone's testimony to that of former Attorney General Bill Barr, writing this, quote, Barr has already proved a significant witness because of his own misgivings and willingness to testify about them. But unlike Barr, who resigned in late December 2020, Cipollone was still around for many of the key late events, and his willingness to shed light upon them could turn the guy whose big entry into the public's consciousness was to defend Trump to the hilt into a very significant witness against Trump. Joining our conversation, former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuade, who's now a University of Michigan law professor. Ben Rhodes is back, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama. And Jackie Alemany is here, Washington Post congressional investigations reporter, all three MSNBC contributors. Jackie, what do we know of that ongoing testimony today with Pennsylvania?
We don't know all that much more, but my reporting, it tracks similarly with what you guys reported earlier today, which is that Cipollone is cooperating, and committee members and sources would not describe him as a hostile witness, but they also wouldn't describe him as a friendly witness. That being said, if you look at the amount of hours he has spent in that private deposition room in the O'Neill building alone today, that says something about his cooperation and how many questions that the committee has had for Pat Cipollone. There are, I think, three most important elements that the committee needs to get from Cipollone today that essentially provide a core corroboration of Hutchinson's testimony. The primary piece of information being that Trump would not act during that sort of infamous 187 minutes, and that it was indeed a dereliction of duty on his part, and that Cipollone was one of the people in the room on January 6th who was trying to get him to act. The second thing that's really important for the committee to get him to comment on and potentially corroborate is that the issue of criminal prosecution, and him saying to Cassidy Hutchinson, which she has already testified, that if former President Trump went to the Capitol with protesters, pro-Trump rioters and insurrectionists who ultimately were at the Stop the Steal rally on their lips and later went and sieged and breached Capitol security, that Trump and the White House would be subject to every crime imaginable. Which is that the chief lawyer in the White House was aware of the risk of attempted crimes more generally speaking, and that he can speak to that in the lead up to January 6th and on January 6th. And I think, lastly, it's really important to remember that it's not just Cassidy Hutchinson that has mentioned Pat Cipollone as a fly on the wall in these conversations. It's people like Rich Donahue, Jared Kushner, as we discussed yesterday, people who said he was there for important moments. Jared Kushner called him a wimp for threatening to resign and threatening that the White House counsel's office would resign if Trump did certain things. And Rich Donahue also described him as really one of the only firewalls actually in the West Wing to the former president's actions.
You know, Barbara McQuade, beforehand, Don McGahn was a witness to Donald Trump's actions and was so concerned about what he saw that he had a note taker, he had a chief of staff, and ultimately Robert Mueller got a hold of Don McGahn to the tune of, I think, 20 to 30 hours of testimony. McGahn is the key narrator of all the Mueller report, as well as the notes taken by his chief of staff about all the interactions with Trump. And at the time, it was understood to be concerns about not being a part of an obstruction of justice effort. What sort of concerns would people in the White House, or what concerns should they have about being party to or in possession of foreknowledge of the violence? Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony pushes the timeline way back on how bad Mark Meadows knew that January 6th was going to be. It's the night of the 2nd. They leans against his office door and says, "Hey, Cass, it's going to be bad, real bad." Rudy says to Cassidy Hutchinson again on the 2nd, which is when Trump is on the phone with Raffensperger. I mean, we know so much more about the timeline and the premeditation of violence and threats to Pence. Do people in the White House have to worry about getting tied to that?
Absolutely. I think that Pat Cipollone is in an awkward spot here because he was the White House counsel, and so he owes a duty of loyalty to his client. But of course, his client is not Donald Trump. His client is the president's office of the United States. And to the extent those two interests are diverging, his loyalty must be to the office. And so it sounds like perhaps Pat Cipollone was providing legal advice to Donald Trump not to do these things, not to go up to the Capitol, not to participate in this murder-suicide pact, as he described the firing of Jeffrey Rosen and the replacement of Jeffrey Clark so that they could send letters to Georgia falsely stating that there were irregularities in the election state legislatures for the purpose of selecting alternate slates of electors. It sounds like he saw his role as providing legal advice and stopping Donald Trump, the man, from violating the law in his duties as Donald Trump was president. But I think that's where there may be room for him to be talking today about some of these things. And the one thing I'm particularly interested in, one of the areas they have negotiated from conversations with the Pennsylvania's really talk about is President Trump's meetings with Congress. Those will be outside of any privilege, either executive or attorney-client, if members of Congress were present. And it does help maybe shed light on that comment you just mentioned about Rudy Giuliani, about how great it's going to be on January 6th when Trump goes to the Capitol, and he's going to stand with members of Congress, and he's going to look so strong. What was the plan then? Was there a plan for him to triumphantly walk into the Capitol on January 6th after the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers had cleared the way? So there could be some real blockbusters coming out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, Ben, to Barbara's point, that's what ties into the violence, because the violence was not a shock or an alarm for Donald Trump. He said, they're not going to hurt me. I mean, he knew they were there, he knew they were armed, and he knew who they would and would not hurt. I think the piece of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, though, that has so far been the most revealing in terms of whether or not there's a criminal investigation or prosecution, is that conversation Cassidy Hutchinson relays where Cipollone runs down and says, you know, that they're yelling, hang Mike Pence, and Meadows says to Pat, he doesn't want to do anything. He likes it. I mean, the violence was the point from Trump's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, there are two things that really leaked out from the Cassidy Hutchinson hearing. Well, more than two, but two that are relevant here. One is, did he anticipate that there would be violence? Like, was this just some big rally mob, or was there some anticipation or tolerance of violence? And clearly the picture she painted is they didn't care if there was violence at a minimum. They didn't care if there was threats in the form of weaponry, because he said, take away the mags, they're not here to hurt me. And that even after the violence began, he was joking about it. You know, he was okay with hanging Mike Pence. He obviously wasn't trying to do anything to stop it. And then the second one is, did Trump know he was committing crimes? And the committee, in my view, has proven that he's committed a whole bunch of crimes. It is kind of relevant and interesting information as to whether or not he knew and even cared about whether he was breaking the law. And that's where that comment about, you know, would he be committing every crime imaginable is relevant. And as someone who's worked in the White House, I think a relevant role of the White House counsel, among many, is that's the person who is keeping an eye out to make sure that you're on the right side of the law on everything. You know, in normal administrations, it's not overturning the government, but it's things like, you know, the Hatch Act, or violating prohibitions on political speech out of the White House. That's my interaction with the White House, was always getting briefings from them. Here's what you can and can't do. So he would have known in real time, this is on the wrong side of the law. This is on the wrong side of norms. And what's so fascinating in the human drama is there have been all these people who've done Trump's bidding, some gleefully, like a Rudy Giuliani, and then someone like Cipollone, who showed, you know, was up there defending him against articles of impeachment. He carried a lot of water for Donald Trump. Does he want to continue to carry that water by not being as forthcoming as he could be? Because you could sit in these rooms and say, well, I don't recall that, and you know, be somewhat evasive while still sitting there for a few hours. Or is he going to tell people what he knows? Because if he tells people what he knows, you got to think that it's going to sharpen the case around criminality and this tolerance of violence that you spoke about.
It is an interesting, you know, sort of frame of relativity. Jackie, do you want to be less helpful than Bill Barr, who seemed to enjoy yucking it up and invoking, you know, BS over and over again, hopefully, and as well as Mr. Cipollone's own deputy, Eric Hirschman, who's also been a fulsome storyteller of the vast criminal concerns that the lawyers had. I mean, we already know so much about how concerned the lawyers were about criminal conduct on the part of Eastman, on the part of Trump by pushing the Eastman plan to Pence, on the part of Ruby, I mean, it feels like we have so much.
But unless they ran to the Biden administration on January 21st and told DOJ exactly what happened, then I am not considering them to be great patriots.
That's a great point. Ben, I want to show you the list of crimes committed by Donald Trump in the view of Donald Trump's first criminal attorney who represented him in the Mueller probe. Ty Cobb.
And or, as the president is here, and yes, if it's as simple as just do it, which I believe Mr. Bowers was told in Arizona, that's highly problematic. I mean, I think you've got issues of defrauding the United States with regard to the vice president's issue in the big lie. You've got potential obstruction and influencing a witness, and of course you've got seditious conspiracy. If indeed they can tie all those pieces together, I think that will be difficult on the sedition, but I do think there's certainly other criminal activity worthy of investigation.
Shabbat, I've watched it 3 or 4 times. This is Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney going, when sedition will be hard, but the rest, I mean, people that are just looking at this on the facts think that in terms of the evidence that's public facing, it's a very good case, very strong case against Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty common sense things, right? I mean, he called the Secretary of State of Georgia and asked him to find more votes for him. He had a whole plan cooked up in the White House to subvert and obstruct the Congress and validating the election and overturning the results of the election. We've had all manner of intimidation of people who are testifying, these ties to extremist groups. The reality is, part of what is so interesting, and hearing even a guy like Ty Cobb talk about this, is there's not like one big crime in the book that's like, don't try to overturn the result of an election. Because it's like a lot of things with Trump, like the laws didn't anticipate someone doing some of these things, right? So like the Mueller report, this is part of the issue, right? People didn't anticipate someone working with and appealing to a foreign adversary like Russia to this election. And so we're tying ourselves in knots looking for the crimes. Well, here, the crimes are actually much plainer. And part of the January 6th committee's done a good job of is connecting his behavior to not just the intent of overturn the election, but to specific crimes. Now, they resisted going the extra step and saying he committed crimes, but how can we avoid this topic? There's a sense that we're just watching it play out and the public's going to be convinced, but at the end of the day, the guy committed a whole bunch of crimes on the most serious matter imaginable, the fate of American democracy, and if there's not accountability for it, at the end of the day, I think we've got a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, just ask Pat Cipollone. That's why we started with those comments. Nothing more sacred than the votes of the American people. Ben Rhodes, Jackie Alamany, thank you so much for starting us off this hour. Barbara sticks around for the hour after the break for us. President Joe Biden's frustrations spilled out into the open today. We'll hear his fiery rhetoric about protecting abortion rights and his plan to turn Democrats' anger over the Supreme Court into action, plus the threats of criminal penalties against doctors who provide health care for women. The then White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere today.
19 children were murdered.
It is our privilege to be joined right now by California Congresswoman and January 6th Select Committee member Zoe Lofgren. She is just out of an 8-hour meeting testimony with former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Do we have the time right? Did you spend about 8 hours with Pat Cipollone today?
Yeah, I don't think that's a secret, but the committee rules prohibit us from discussing the substance of witness testimony without a vote of the committee, so I'm not going to be able to go through it with you.
We will respect that code. All of you are quite disciplined about it. Can I ask, was it a taped deposition like all of the others have been?
Yes.
So that tells us we can look to hear from him in the future. I want to ask, we went back and looked at every public hearing, including the one you led. People have testified about Cipollone in every single hearing that you have showcased. Can you just characterize how important it was to all of the sworn testimony you've already shown the public to speak to him today?
Well, I don't know that I can characterize it in that way. Obviously, he was an important figure in the White House. Of many of the meetings that he attended, we had information from other participants, so it's not as if we were completely in the dark on many of these issues. Certainly. What? Go ahead.
Did anything he say today change any of the plans for next week?
Well, I can't address that. Again, one of the protocols we all try and observe is that we let the chair and vice chair announce the schedule of hearings. We do, anticipate our hearing as indicated on Tuesday, and I'm looking forward to Tuesday. I think it'll be a good hearing. It will be connecting some of the dots, and I think there's some information that is not yet publicly known that will be of interest to people.
Congressman Raskin has talked about this ring as sort of the center ring, right? The coup plotters, the high-level government coup plotters. There were the people on the ellipse that marched down, and then there was this center ring, the organized violent extremists. Many of them, I think 855, last time I looked, have been charged by DOJ. DOJ believes about 2,000 are in the building. Does that ring get connected through evidence that the committee has turned up to the ring that you focus so much on in the hearings, what was happening at the White House?
Well, let me just say, I think that we will be connecting some dots on Tuesday. That will be important. And without going further and stepping on the hearing itself, it will be a dot connecting exercise worth looking at.
Is there anything else that you're able to confirm about next week? We've heard some news organizations talk about potential for hearing on Thursday. Other news organizations have said that is in flux. Do you have any clarity on that as we meet?
But again, I'm going to let the chair and vice chair announce the schedule. There's so much information coming in still, and so we're trying to fly the plane while building the plane to some extent.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that we have a full and complete report and hearing, and so those are the issues and all the balls in the air.
Is part of that, so when we see reports of the possibility of public hearings extending into August, these are things that you know and you're keeping secret. Are these active deliberations about what to do and how they will continue?
Again, I'm not going to make announcements on behalf of the chair and vice chair. That's the role that they're assigned by our committee structure. Our mission is to tell the complete story as best we can find it out to the American public, and then make recommendations on various legislative changes that we think would be prudent. And we will be doing that. And as you know, it's been publicly indicated, we will have a report at the end of this process, which is looking at all is likely a time frame for that.
The vice chair of the committee, Liz Cheney, in a speech at the Reagan Library and in interviews, I think before or after that, made clear that the committee will not stand by and watch the character and credibility of its witnesses assassinated. It came on the heels of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. But has that promise been invoked? I mean, has the harassment or the witness intimidation that witnesses have faced that the committee made public at the end of Ms. Hutchinson's testimony, have people come back to the committee and ask them for support after they've cooperated?
Well, let me just say, it's a matter of great concern to the committee. It's obvious that people who step forward and tell the truth are victims of harassment. I mean, we saw that with the election workers in Georgia. That was not necessarily official action on the part of the former president, but his supporters threatening them and the like. But the second category of basically trying to interfere with a witness testimony is a crime. And so we're very alert to that, and we're going to do everything that we possibly can to protect witnesses and to prevent the commission of that type of criminal activity.
And it is criminal activity to tamper with any witness. Do you know if DOJ has opened an investigation into any of that behavior?
Let me just say that we are certainly going to make all the information we have available to the Department of Justice relative to the potential crime of witness intimidation, and I can't make an announcement for them. I mean, the Department of Justice, makes its own decisions, and announcements tend to be in the form of indictment rather than press conference. So we'll see what they do.
I want to ask you if we could go back to the dramatic testimony of last week. To have sat through Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony in real time as a public, we were hearing it for the first time. For all of you, she'd been before you 4 times. Are you able to characterize the distinction between the fulsome nature of her testimony between attorneys? Because it seems like there are some questions swirling now around the Trump-funded attorneys. There's a very public change in counsel that she had, which happened just ahead of her public testimony. Are you able to talk about it before and after? She was truthful but not forthcoming. Can you characterize that?
Well, I was, wasn't able to sit in on the interviews, but I did read the transcripts of all 4 of the interviews, and I would say that the Ford interview was the most robust in terms of disclosure and in-person testimony, but I wouldn't say that she was deceptive in the prior 3. I mean, I think she came forward to tell the truth, and as she knew it, and I admire her for doing that. It's not easy, especially for a young person at the start of their career, understanding the ramifications, and yet she put her obligations to her country foremost, and I respect that a great deal.
And it is her testimony that ties Donald Trump most directly to the violence, not just in knowing about it from the Secret Service telling him the kinds of weapons that were on the ball between the Olympics and the Capitol, but in her testimony about his desire to go with them to the Capitol. Is that part of her testimony something you expect the committee to continue focusing on and
well, her testimony isn't the only public testimony we had about his interest in going to the Capitol, and he said that in his speech itself. What I think was the most telling testimony from Ms. Hutchinson was when she overheard personally the president say that he didn't care. His supporters were armed to take the effing mags away. They were there to hurt him, and then they could march to the Capitol, these armed people, after his speech. That was what she testified she heard the president say directly. That's pretty amazing.
Does the committee know from her or other witnesses how Trump knew that there was no chance they would hurt him?
I can't answer that, but he knew they were his supporters.
And not Mike Pence's.
Well, he said, "Let my people in," right? That was part of her testimony, my people. And so his ownership of the armed mob was out of his own.
When we look back at Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, she really brought Pat Cipollone to life almost as much as she brought Mark Meadows to life. Did that, in your view, change his decision to testify today? And was there a lot of invoking executive privilege, or did the committee tailor the questions for the kinds of things that clearly there's no privilege to invoke?
Well, let me just say, I don't know what motivated Mr. Cipollone, and it would be wrong for me to speculate. He had sat down for a substantial discussion with the lawyers earlier. He came in voluntarily today. So, and once again, I can't discuss the nature of the testimony under the committee rules about a role in the committee, which is not occurred.
I can't imagine this is something you'll answer if you asked. Did he invoke his Fifth Amendment privileges? Yes, so you can't answer. He did not. So anything that you wouldn't cooperate, we can assume that he's already expressed concerns about executive privilege.
Well, let me just say there are attorney-client privileges, there are executive privileges. The current holder of the executive privilege is President Biden, who has declined to assert it. The holder of attorney-client privilege is the client. That's not the same as executive privilege. So, those are the issues, but I really am not at liberty to go through, the nature of his testimony today, except to say that he did appear voluntarily. It was for over 8 hours. I think we did learn some things.
Will he be back, or was the committee finished by the time he left today?
Well, we always reserve the right if we have a further question. But I think after 8 hours, we pretty much got all our questions that we wanted, that we were able to get answered. And there could be further proceedings that we were working on.
I guess my last question for you is what should we be watching for? What are you watching for? What are the questions that are still unanswered either in terms of investigation or in terms of sharing with the public?
Well, I think, as I say, we're still getting new information in. Some of it we already knew, but some of it is implied. And so we'll reveal that in the process of these hearings or in the report at a later date. But I think the questions really have always been, what did the former president know? What did he do relative to January 6th? And I think that picture is becoming ever clearer, has been the hearing so far. And I think this Tuesday we'll get an even clearer picture of how this all unfolded.
Congresswoman Bill Lofgren, we always appreciate your time, but especially after a day of 8 hours of testimony from former White House counsel Patrick Moore. Thank you very much.
Easy, 800 journal, but that's so easy to stick it in. Easy, easy to stick it in.
Or John, or Vern, or whatever the fuck you guys call him. Let's jump. All right. I guess you thought about me declaring. Hey, how many of y'all smoke weed? Make some noise if you smoke weed. And we thought about me declaring in the car smoking fucking weed. So it's time for some Bobby declaring. Y'all ready? Yeah. Every Thursday night, all the sessions at TV Bar. TV Bar.
Yeah, well, basically,
You know why I'm asking, because I parked on a plane one night, late at night, it was an overnight plane from, I think, LA. And I go to bed, and I look over, and you're scribbling away. I wake up, and you're scribbling away. I said, you put this under pressure.
yeah, it's funny. I mean, it was, basically what I was doing in that time, I no longer were going to do this. I was writing. All right, I was going to do this poetry, first. And so I started writing that. That was 6 months of research right there, all right? And so I started writing that, and then along the way, it started becoming this.
Go back in time, man.
What was the thing that you thought, I have these things that I love that I want to maybe think about doing a script about, or was the very first one?
Well, it's interesting in this case. This started life as almost a different story and even a different medium to some degree or another. After Django Unchained was over, I knew I didn't want to do any Django movies, but I liked the idea of there being like maybe a series of paperbacks that could be the further adventures of Django, or maybe go back in time and do more Django Schultz adventures or something. And so brought that up to a paperback publisher, and then they sent me over some synopsis of different stories, and I realized I can't quite just give this to somebody else to do. So I just thought I would just try. I had written a novel my Django paper at the time called Django and Whiteout, and it was basically just so I started writing, and it was basically just the stage show section. And all of a sudden, we had the story of the stage show, which is said Nation Warrior, it was Django. And I was working on that, and I hadn't gotten to Minnie's Haberdashery yet, and figured out who the other people would be there. Just setting this mystery into place. And I ended up going on a trip that kind of took me around the world. I ended up like going to a few different festivals. But one of those things where like I started in Macau, then went to Korea, then went to France, and then ended up in Mexico. And I went the entire time. And one of the things, I was like in Mexico, and I was kind of riding on the rooftop of the hotel, we kind of set up an area for me there. And I realized, because I was introducing such rough characters in this piece, and then there'd be even more rough, disreputable characters waiting for the minis. At a certain point, I realized, well, you know what's wrong with this piece is Django. He needs to go, because you shouldn't have a moral center when it comes to these main characters. What became. I still, like I said, I still hadn't figured out who exactly would be waiting in this. But the rest of the stagecoach stuff was pretty much as is, you know, at least just before Chris Banner shows up. And but the idea though was no, I shouldn't have a moral center. It shouldn't be a hero. Everybody should be questioned. Everybody should have some disrepute as far as their reputation is concerned to some degree or another. And everyone should be trustworthy. And you shouldn't be able, and this is even as important as that is, equally important was you shouldn't be able to trust anything anybody says. So if Django says who he is, you're going to trust him because you already seen another movie and you like the guy anyway. I didn't want to have that kind of moral center in the piece.
So is that a challenge that you haven't faced before? I mean, is that part of what turned you on about doing that?
Well, I don't know how much of a moral center there is in Reservoir Dogs. I mean, on the one hand, the guy with the moral center is Harvey Keitel's character, Mr. White, but he is straight up, you know, a robber. And the guy who's officially on the right side, Tim Roth, Mr. Orange, well, you know, he's the one that's like being racked with guilt because of what he, you know, how he can not only see it as treachery at some point. You know, so I've played with that before. I mean, you're looking for a moral center with Jules and Vincent, all right, in Pulp Fiction, right? But I guess the difference in this is there really are no heroes. Somebody might be more likable than somebody else. You might take a shine to somebody more than somebody else, but you can't really trust anything they say. And you only know what they have to say. And there is some murky past that they all have that you don't know how true or untrue any of that stuff is.
Do you want audiences to connect with different people? And I mean,
oh yeah,
you like when people say, "I really like that."
Oh no, and I actually ask that question a lot. I ask that question a lot. I'll go, "Oh, so who was your favorite guy? Who was your favorite person?" I actually say that a lot in a lot of the I used to say that much more about who's your favorite dog. But I am curious who somebody's favorite character is in this piece, as far as, because actually more than in most movies, whoever your favorite character, whoever you're rooting for whatever reason you are rooting for, i.e., I hope if they all die, I hope they. That's gonna slightly affect your viewing of the movie compared to somebody else. If Dominique is your favorite character, then you're gonna view it differently than if Major Warren is your favorite character, or if you take a shine to Chris, but then you don't get it. Or even John Ruth. If John Ruth is your favorite character, you're gonna feel differently about how the events proceed.
And the twist in the second act, the second half, as it is by your intermission, changes that again theoretically. Oh, you may have an allegiance, and then it's changed by the squad. So backstory.
No, absolutely. You know, yeah, it's like well, that was one of the it was one of the things in the well, I always knew I wanted to play around with mystery because I really like mysteries. I've never done one before. People don't really do them that often, and so and especially with the if you say with the intermission, the way the intermission works is it builds to that big moment at the end of Act 1, which is sort of like an opera builds to its intermission with a big aria. And then, but I really do like the fact that within 5 minutes of part 2, a new story is kind of introduced. Yeah, I think you'd be actually literally going out in the lobby during intermission. Go, well, where are they going from here? Because that actually seemed like an end.
Yeah.
To some degree or another.
Mm-hmm.
And then within 5 minutes, oh, now we're throwing you into something else. But like, but just I guess I can't. You're being nice about it too, talking around it. I can't really talk about it either. It's really a mystery. But one thing to just say about is if I were to do this on stage, for instance, and I'm very, very much considering that to kind of go around the world with these and see how I still feel about it, but everything is like that I'm talking about. But if I did do that, I really would have to rewrite it, especially as far as structure is concerned, because the thing where everything is really is chapter 5. In the play version, I would start with chapter 5. Yeah, so I would just get rid of the mystery altogether, and it would never leave Minnie's haberdashery, and it would start with chapter 5, and you would see the setup for everything. And then you would just watch the different characters arrive at Minnie's 2 by 2, which I think would be a really interesting way to tell the story, especially in the afternoon.
So did you think of Agatha Christie as you were writing this down? Was that?
Yeah, I'm actually I've never been able to read any of the girl novels or anything, but I did. But I do like her book for Ten of Indians. In particularly, as opposed to every time they do a movie version, they always do a movie version of the play that they were now.
Playing Terminator 2, The Rise of the Machine by Phil Thomas on Spotify.
design was similar to Cedar Point's Iron Dragon, with the trains hanging below the track. However, instead of swinging cars, this coaster type will feature cordless stationary trains. This allowed passengers' feet to really dangle throughout the ride experience, adding an extra sense of danger to the coaster. Kinsel was intrigued by the design, and after getting a chance to ride it, he decided that an inverted coaster was Cedar Point's next major attraction. On the other hand, while he was impressed with the coaster's intensity, he felt the layout's elements were too close together. Instead of installing an exact form of Batman, Kinsel wanted to customize Batman's layout, making it longer with more space between the elements. And during its development, a Cobra Roll element was added to the layout as well. This new coaster would make its debut in the 1994 season. Its name was Raptor. At over $11 million, this green screen machine would take the park's layout to the next generation. Park goers were amazed at the ride experience. The strength of the elements combined with the open feel of the seats had never before been seen inside the park. And that year, park attendance reached 3.6 million people, a record that would stand undefeated for over 20 years. Kinsel was so impressed by the quality of B&M's work, he would soon contact them again for another coaster. Wanting to keep up the tradition of each coaster edition being unique, he went for the company's stand-up coaster model, and of course, it had to be the tallest and fastest stand-up coaster out there. Park officials originally announced the coaster as Banshee, but after discovering that a banshee was a spirit associated with foretelling death, Kinsel did not want the name associated with an amusement ride that was supposed to be safe. The name would be changed to Mantis, though Cedar Fair would later use the name Banshee for an inverted coaster at Kings Island. With the new name in place, Mantis would debut in 1996. This new stand-up coaster would feature a 3,900-foot-long layout with the addition of both a dive loop and an incline. Instead of a focus on open flowless seats, this ride focused on keeping your feet on the floor. This led many to criticize the coaster for its uncomfortable ride experience. Still though, it served its purpose in beefing up the park's coaster lineup even further. After Mantis, Cedar Point took some time off building massive coasters to focus on smaller family attractions. To help diversify their lineup, a $48 million capital improvement was scheduled for 1999. This edition included a brand new themed area named Camp Snoopy. Themed to the Peanuts comic strip, the new land featured the park's first family coaster in decades. Built by Dutch manufacturer Vekoma, the new coaster named Woodstock Express would provide accessible entertainment for small children and parents alike. Its charming appearance and use of a bell on the train helped it stand out from the park's recent coaster editions. However, it wouldn't be long before Cedar Point's next major attraction took shape. At the turn of the millennium, something was out there. A higher intelligence, a mysterious force at work, an all-new instant coaster that was nothing like Junior Gemini. In fact, there was nothing junior about this coaster at all. Say hello to Millennium Force. Known as the first ever Giga coaster, Millennium Force would be the first full-circuit coaster on Earth to break through the 300-foot barrier. It would shatter the world record of being the tallest and fastest complete circuit coaster on Earth. It was so intimidating that some industry observers were concerned it would be too intense for thrill seekers. Perched on the shore of Lake Erie, its massive lift hill drop have since become known as one of the most iconic sections of track in all of roller coaster history. With its fast-paced and satisfying layout, the ride remains a favorite among coaster enthusiasts, and it has been ranked as Amusement Today's #1 steel coaster in the world 10 times. Millennium Force was an undeniable success, and its legacy continues to resonate over 20 years later. Cedar Point was in full-on coaster fever mode, and Dick Kinsel will begin planning the next coaster. His plans were so big, though, that the park's next coaster would be more of an appetizer of what was to come. But much like mozzarella sticks, this appetizer was filling in its own right. In 2002, the park would debut a new type of roller coaster. The ride named Bridge Twister would be one of Intamin's influx models, an inverted shuttle coaster designed that would launch guests forwards and backwards on a U-shaped section of track. But just like with Raptor and Mantis, Kinsel wanted to go even bigger than the usual. So instead of one straight spike and one twisting spike, both sides of the track would twist. Moreover, it was made significantly taller at 215 feet. Despite its limited stats, though, it was still considered to be a holdover attraction by park officials. And what the park had planned next was going to blow everyone away. Construction was closely followed by both park fans and the media. The sight of an enormous yellow supports paved the way for tons of speculation. Kinsel enjoyed the sense of mystery and excitement the park was generating. He even once jokingly dismissed the supports as the world's largest McDonald's arches. coaster fans closely followed construction updates, with some of them being rather interesting to say the least. The mystery was fueled by the park, and it wouldn't be until January 2003 that they would announce their newest attraction, Top Thrill Dragster. This new coaster would not only be the tallest and fastest full-circuit coaster, but it would be the tallest and fastest coaster, period. The pure size and power of this monster machine would amaze the industry. A 120-mile-per-hour launch would rocket guests out of a behemoth 420-foot tall. Coordinating the brake run. Closely followed construction update. We're going to go even bigger than the usual. So instead of one straight spike and one twisting spike, both sides of the track would twist. Moreover, it was made significantly taller at 215 feet. Despite its physical stats, though, it was still considered to be a holdover attraction by park officials. Park and Play Next was going to blow everyone away. Construction was closely followed by both park fans and the media. The sight of enormous yellow supports paved the way for tons of speculation. Kinsel enjoyed the sense of mystery and excitement the park was generating. He even once jokingly dismissed the supports as the world's largest McDonald's arches. Online coaster fans closely followed construction updates, with some of them being rather interesting to say the least. The mystery was fueled by the park, and it wouldn't be until January 2003 that they would announce their newest attraction, Top Thrill Dragster. This new coaster would not only be the tallest and fastest whole circuit coaster, but it would be the tallest and fastest coaster, period. The pure size and power of this monster machine would amaze the industry. A 120-mile-per-hour launch would rocket guests up with a heated 420-foot tall top map after an unbelievable view from the top. Guests would plummet down a spiral drop before hitting the brake run. As short as it was, the sheer intensity of this ride still makes it one of the park's top attractions. In spite of its popularity, though, the ride was considered to be a mistake by Kinsel. When it first opened, Dragster would face constant technical difficulties, and the cost of maintaining it was pretty much through the roof. Because of this, Kinsel has since referred to Top Thrill Dragster as his dumbest decision as CEO. Even today, it's said to face significantly more downtime than the rest of Cedar Point's coasters, but the incredible popularity of this coaster means it likely won't be going anywhere for a while. The problems with Dragster would cause Kinsel to shy away from breaking records. In the next few years, we'll see non-coaster installations like Max Air and Skyhawk make their debuts. But Kinsel understood just how important coasters were for the park. So 4 years after Dragster's debut, Intamin would strike back with another high-class attraction. This time, Kinsel would harken back to the Old West with Maverick. The ride took its name from the 1950s Western show of the same name, which Kinsel was a huge fan of. Construction would start in 2005, with a May 2007 opening in mind. Unfortunately, construction crews would face a large setback along the line. A part-line rolling version was found to be way too intense, putting excessive stress on the trains and potential riders. The removal of this inversion led to the coaster's opening being delayed by 2 weeks. Finally, on May 26th, Maverick would ride into the spotlight. The coaster itself took a backseat from breaking records in favor of an overall solid ride experience. The low-to-the-ground layout made great use of the terrain, and its fast pace made the elements especially intense. With multiple launches, a first-of-its-kind twisted horseshoe roll, and an eye-popping section over the water, it received widespread critical acclaim. Some consider it to be even better than Millennium Force, arguing that Maverick's compact intensity was more fun than the former's more sweeping layout. Of course, this is all just a matter of opinion. While Maverick struck gold with riders, it would sadly be the last coaster Kinsel would open as CEO. After Maverick's opening and assessing the recent acquisition of Paramount Parks, Kinsel's last years in the company were extremely difficult. The global recession, combined with Cedar Fair's increasing debt, would put the company's coaster-heavy focus on hold for the time being. The purchase of Paramount Parks proved to be incredibly challenging, and the debt would haunt Kinsel throughout the rest of his tenure.
Though he had planned to retire for a while, he wasn't exactly leaving on a high note.
In 2011, former Disneyland president Matt Wieman was positioned to replace Kinsel as CEO, and the next year, he would fully take over Kinsel's position. Kinsel would miss his job, but his incredible tenure would forever be remembered for making Cedar Point the coaster destination it is today. The same year Matt Wieman took over, Cedar Point would remove roller coasters for the first time in over 30 years. Wildcat's closure was announced at the beginning of the 2012 season, while Disaster Transport would close towards the end of the season. While Wildcat had reached the end of its service life,
Disaster Transport was removed due to its outdated nature and neglected effects. Demolition would begin soon afterwards, with a new attraction planned for its fall. WeMet sought to further modernize the park and renovate its infrastructure to add to the guest experience. And after 5 years of not adding a new coaster, the time was right for a brand new attraction. This new plan came in the form of an updated park entrance, but this gate would be far from ordinary, because directly above it would be the park's newest major roller coaster. 17 years after Mantis, B&M would make a triumphant return to Cedar Point with another new coaster model. This model, known as a wing coaster, would seat passengers above the sides of the track with their feet freely dangling. The new attraction named Gatekeeper was set to break the records as the longest and fastest wing coaster on Earth. In that regard, WeMet was channeling Kinsel's habit of going big. Opening in 2013, this ride would replace Disaster Transport, providing yet another standout attraction to the park's skyline. In addition to a disorienting wing over drop, the main feature of this coaster was front and center at the park's entrance. Two towering structures known as keyholes would provide terrifying near-miss elements to riders. Passengers would feel like their heads and feet would slam into the structures. It stands as an aesthetically beautiful coaster, and it serves as a front gate statement on the fun times the park has in scope. In terms of roller coasters, WeMet would run the park similar to how Kinsel did, with a new roller coaster experience coming out every few years. 2 years after Gatekeeper, he would turn one of the park's major attractions into an all-new type of thrill ride. In recent years, the stand-up coaster fad of the 90s had died out, and there hadn't been a new one installed in over a decade. The popularity of Mantis had been steadily declining, but instead of giving up on it, Cedar Point decided to spruce it up. In 2015, Mantis was repainted and renamed to Rougarou. Now themed to a werewolf, the stand-up trains were replaced with sit-down flowless ones. This made the ride significantly more comfortable, and many would praise it as a substantial improvement to its predecessor. Of course, it wouldn't be long after this makeover until a new ground-up coaster was introduced. In 2016, Cedar Point would collaborate with B&M for a 5th time to open a brand spanking new record breaker. This coaster, named Valraven, would be a B&M dive coaster. This model is notable for its signature 90-degree drop straight down. At the time of its opening, Valraven would be the tallest ride of its kind ever built, standing at 223 feet. Towering over the midway, this coaster hangs guests over its mammoth drop before plunging them downwards at 75 miles per hour. With an Immelman, a dive loop, and a zero-G roll thrown in for good measure, this coaster would be a massive drop from the park. But just when you thought the park would take a break from giant coasters, it would be less than a year for another one to begin construction. The same season that Valraven opened, the park would close Mean Street. After years of rough rides and plummeting popularity, it was time for something new to take its place. But in the spirit of Mantis and Avalanche Run, it wasn't completely torn down. Speculation ran wild on what would replace Mean Street. Of course, the most common hypothesis to be summed up with 3 letters: RMC. American manufacturer Rocky Mountain Construction had taken the industry by storm. RMC had made a name for themselves, taking old wooden roller coasters and bulking them up with larger elements, new steel eye-box track, and even inversions. In less than a decade, the Idaho-based manufacturer had struck diamonds with coaster enthusiasts, and many considered Mean Street to be a perfect candidate for a makeover. It wouldn't be long before the company's signature eye-box track was spotted on site. The hype for this coaster was truly something to behold. The days of closely watching Top Row Dragster's construction were relived by RMC's Mean Street. Soon enough, the ride would officially be announced on August 16, 2017. Its name was Steel Vengeance. This gargantuan ride was to stand as the tallest, fastest, and longest hybrid coaster on Earth, with 4 inversions and a record-setting 27.2 seconds of airtime. It truly was a testament to how the hybrid coaster evolved since the Cedar Point Wine ride. Suffice to say, enthusiasts from all over the world were absolutely stoked for this coaster to come out. After almost 2 years of construction, Steel Vengeance would make its debut on May 5th, 2018. The coaster would be universally acclaimed across the board. It was widely considered to be not only the best coaster at Cedar Point, but the greatest roller coaster of all time.
Its element-packed layout would feature an incredible 200-foot drop facing 90 degrees straight down. Following this was a constant onslaught of line-bending inversions and insane out-of-your-seat air cycles. It was an enthusiast's dream come true, and it remains among the most popular attractions in the park's history. In the years since the openings, the park has seemingly taken a break on massive roller coasters. The most recent development saw Wicked Twister being closed after 20 seasons of operation. But regardless of what comes next, the evolution of Cedar Point is truly something to marvel. From humble beginnings to world-class thrills, Cedar Point continues to be a top destination for adrenaline seekers across the globe. For the foreseeable future, it will stand as perhaps the greatest amusement park on the planet. Long live Cedar Point.
Before we wrap things up, check out my merchandise shop with Theme Park Racing merchandise. Take a photo wearing one of my shirts in a park, and feel free to send it to me at themeparkracing1982@gmail.com. Your photo may be featured on my Instagram page. And also, I want to give
Tonight, the assassination. Japan's former Prime Minister shot and killed at a campaign event. The shocking attack on camera. Shinzo Abe speaking to a crowd when a cloud of smoke appears behind him, along with two loud bangs. Officers tackling the suspect. A homemade gun seen lying on the ground. What police are saying about the motive. Also tonight, President Biden slamming the Supreme Court is out of control as he signs an executive order on abortion access. The order protects what it can in states banning or restricting abortion. Just in a stunning reversal from Elon Musk, one of the world's richest man is dropping his bid to buy Twitter. The surprising new jobs report the U.S. adding 372,000 jobs in June. What it means for chances of a recession. The first funerals for victims of a Highland Park parade shooting. The suspect's uncle speaking out to NBC News when he would say his nephew and an 8-year-old boy injured in the attack fighting to survive tonight. The key witness, former Trump White House counsel Pat Cipollone, testifying for hours before the January 6th committee. And a learning mystery will bomb the controversial landmark in Georgia.
This is NBC 19 News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. It was a brazen act of violence that has stunned Japan and the world. Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister of Japan, ally to the U.S. and friend of American presidents, murdered in broad daylight by a lone assassin, shot in a country where gun violence is exceedingly rare. It happened in the city of Nara as the long-serving leader was appearing at an outdoor event in support of a fellow politician. Abe fell by 2 gunshots. The shooter wrestled to the ground. Authorities say he used a homemade gun and has confessed to the murder. In Washington, President Biden reacted to the news saying he was stunned and outraged. This afternoon, traveling to the Japanese embassy where he signed a book of condolences. Janice Mackey-Claire has our report. We must warn you some of the images are graphic.
It was 11:30 in the morning. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was giving a campaign speech when the terrifying gunfire rang out. From another angle, you can see Abe turn briefly after the first shot, then the second shot is fired. Abe collapses. You can see plumes of smoke. The suspected gunman didn't try to run and was tackled. What police described as a homemade shotgun seen lying on the street. Witnesses were stunned. It was surprising. It doesn't feel real, she says. Abe was airlifted to the hospital with no vital signs and died hours later. Japan's longest-serving prime minister, Shinzo Abe, was popular and often polarizing. He met dozens of world leaders and forged important ties with the U.S. The first Japanese prime minister to visit Pearl Harbor.
He really led the effort to
strengthening the process of reconciliation between our two countries. President Biden signing a condolence book at the embassy today, calling his death a loss to the world. People have been placing flowers and candles on the street where it happened. Abby's death is also profoundly shocking for Japan because it has some of the world's strictest gun laws. Last year, in a country of 125 million people, there were just 10 shootings that led to only one death. Police say the 41-year-old gunman admitted he wanted to kill Abby because of a grudge. They say other improvised guns were seized from his home.
Janice joining us now. There's lots of questions about security at that event.
And few answers, Lester. What isn't clear is how an armed man was able to make it past Abby's security detail and get close enough to kill. That's a key part of the police investigation, with Japan in warning tonight. Lester.
Janice, thank you for your thank you. Back home this evening, late breaking news, billionaire Elon Musk has dropped his bid to buy Twitter. Tom Costello joins me. Tom, why is this happening now?
Well, he's notified Twitter he is terminating this $44 billion deal. He alleges Twitter has not complied with its contractual obligations. Musk has been saying he doesn't believe Twitter's claims that only 5% of its accounts are spam. By backing out, he could have to pay $1 billion breakup fee. Twitter says it will pursue legal action to force Musk to complete the deal. Meanwhile, a very big economic development today with a very strong jobs report. Employers added 372,000 jobs in June, the unemployment rate hovering still at 3.6%, as the Fed focuses on taming inflation. Today's employment report surprised even the optimists. Employers have now added more private sector jobs than before the pandemic. Big gains in healthcare, business services, leisure, hospitality, transportation, and manufacturing. And the Federal Reserve tries to avoid a recession. A top Fed official says this employment report is very encouraging.
This report says we are firms that the economy is strong.
Unemployment still near 50-year lows with more jobs than workers to fill them. In Dallas, Harris Branch left her job as an insurance adjuster 4 months ago to work on her social media presence. When she decided to return to the job market, she quickly had 4 offers.
I was seeing anywhere from a $10,000 to a $20,000 increase based off the experience and all.
In Wisconsin, Patrick Computer offers good pay and benefits, but simply can't find workers for his 4 Italian restaurants. So he's no longer open for lunch.
They're applying for the job, they're interviewing, and not showing up first day.
Today's report may give the Fed confidence to raise interest rates another 3/4 of 1 point this month to tame inflation. Amid early signs it may be working. Consumer spending is slowing. Gas prices down 30 cents in 3 weeks. New home construction is also slowing. Is a recession now less likely because of the strong employment report?
It's very difficult to call this a comedy in recession with strong job numbers and a low unemployment rate.
The best challenge, slow the economy without sending unemployment skyrocketing. So far, it seems to be working, Lester.
Okay, Tom, thank you. At the White House today, President Biden blasting the Supreme Court as out of control as he moved to protect some abortion access. Kelly O'Donnell joins us. Kelly, what action did the president take today?
Well, under pressure from angry Democrats impatient with the administration over abortion rights, the president today signed an executive order. The White House makes clear it was only a small step. While the president's ability to act is narrow, he turned up his direct attacks on the court's conservative majority.
We cannot allow an out of control Supreme Court. Working in conjunction with extremist senators and the Republican Party to take away freedoms. Very personal to me.
The president signed an order that asks federal agencies to figure out new rules and policies to make sure FDA-approved medication for abortion remains widely accessible, along with contraception. Also to protect patient privacy when women seek out reproductive medical services and online information. But he made a passionate appeal that only voting can bring back a constitutional right to abortion by choosing a Congress that would make new laws. Lester?
Thank you. As abortion laws change from state to state, there are growing concerns for patients using IVF, vitro fertilization, to conceive a baby. And Tony Hilton one could become the next federal fight over reproductive rights.
At Boston IVF, a fertility clinic in Waltham, Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, Rebecca Pouillon estimates routine mistakes and calls for more than 50 women a day. They're often worried about the status of embryos being already created in their home states and the possibility of new laws.
They're very, very stressed out. It is just looking for fertility treatments. They don't know this on top of it.
Now, Boston IVF is one of several clinics helping patients move embryos. For about $500, the clinic will use a courier to transport tissues of women in states with restrictive abortion laws to heal in Massachusetts. Because IVF is expensive and the rates of success vary, patients usually try to increase their chances by creating more embryos than they plan to use. And that's where anti-abortion advocates take issue.
Do you think fertility doctors in the United States are fertilizing too many eggs?
Absolutely. Oftentimes, people destroy those embryos. Those are little human beings just waiting for implantation.
Both lawmakers define embryos as people, and the testing, storage, and sometimes destruction of those tissues could create legal issues for the IVF labs. What's on your mind?
You know, we struggled, we lost a lot of our embryos.
Couples like Melissa and Jennifer Foley also experienced miscarriages and abortions in the process of trying to have a healthy baby through IVF.
We did have a part of our first pregnancy. And then our second pregnancy, a 10-week miscarriage that I wasn't able to fully miscarry.
While some states with new abortion restrictions in place still aren't targeting IVF, patients like Samira Valdez in Florida believe that new laws will grant an embryo the rights of a person. They will definitely be want to move out there and try to make a decision sooner or later. Dr. David Riley wants to give women like Samira another option.
The government has no right, in my opinion, and also their guest opinion, to control how those embryos are going to be utilized. They belong to the parents, and they're scared that everybody's being taken away.
Last year, a group of Republicans in Congress introduced a federal bill that would change the definition of a person. Should a law like it on the federal or state level be enacted, the IVF process that gave the Foleys their family of 5 will become a thing of the past. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Waltham, Massachusetts.
A key witness appearing today before the January 6th committee, Pat Cipollone, the former Trump White House counsel, testified for more than 7 hours behind closed doors. Cipollone was subpoenaed last week after a former White House aide said he strongly opposed a plan by Mr. Trump to go to the Capitol on January 6th. In Highland Park, Illinois, the first funeral is held for victims killed before the July parade. And tonight, we're hearing from one of the suspects' family members. Here's Matthew Dessler.
Tonight, the first of 7 emotional goodbyes in Highland Park. Jackie Sunheim, Stephen Strauss, and Nicholas Toledo all laid to rest today. Toledo's family paying an emotional visit to the town's makeshift memorial as this whole community continues to grieve. Paul Primo is the suspect's uncle.
Very hurtfully, I'm very heartbroken. Please listen. No.
Tonight, we're learning new details on accused gunman Robert Primo III's home life. According to police reports, from 2010 to 2014, officers responded to the Primo family home 9 times for domestic disputes, mostly between his parents. In 2019, police were called after a family member reported Primo threatened to kill everyone. The attack on Monday left 7 dead and dozens wounded, including 8-year-old Cooper Roberts shot in the chest and in serious condition. The boy, who loves baseball, now paralyzed from the waist down.
Sounded like the end of a fireworks display.
Nancy Joseph's daughter and husband were also shot.
They had no idea where they were. If they were dead or alive, we remember.
When the shooting began, she grabbed her grandchildren and kid, her husband and daughter, both now recovering.
Even though I didn't get shot, I'm still a victim of this. I'm still completely running on empty and completely freaked out.
Even first responders are struggling to cope.
You know, I'm over there, going back, thinking that I'm going to find my daughter or life there. So we added to it.
Neighboring departments now picking up calls for Highland Park firefighters.
You know, you walk through an event like this and you see your own community shut up without some type of injury. So that will work through.
The Pain in Highland Park now scoring action. There's a gun control rally planned here for tomorrow, and Illinois Democrats are now reportedly pushing new gun control legislation, including a potential ban on assault rifles.
Okay, Maggie, thank you. It's 60 30 seconds, the surge in crime, how it's impacting one of the most hated races of the midterms. Rising crime in America is taking center stage ahead of November's midterm elections, drawing new battle lines between candidates and voters. Denise Alcindor is in Ohio for our series Crime and Consequences.
3 years ago, 24-year-old Raheem Ingram was shot dead here in Ohio. Some days is hard. It can be real hard. His mother, Erica Ingram, is still breathing. It was nice, everybody loves him. Now, his unsolved murder has sparked a surprising shift for this lifelong Democrat. For the first time, she'll probably vote Republican. She believes Democrats are not taking spicy crime here and across the country seriously enough. They leak, they don't fight hard. As to where the Republicans get up there, they put on all sides. Across town, Brenda Bickerstaff has been pushing for more police accountability. Since her brother Craig was killed in a police shooting in 2002. She worries the rhetoric of Democrats being tough on crime after years of being focused on police accountability will lead to more violence. But I hear tough on crime, I'm like, okay, we're going to stop violating people, focus on the police. People are going to get this. It's part of a nationwide trend these midterms. Crime is taking center stage. Like many big cities, Cleveland has seen a dramatic rise in its murder rate. Democrats, including Tim Ryan, who is running for Senate here, have been scrambling to show support for law enforcement. Tim Ryan knows he's running for police shooting. Ryan also blasted his opponent, Republican J.D. Vance, for his position. J.D. Vance wants to abolish alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. The federal agency that helps local police departments and sheriff's departments solve crime and prevent crimes. That is an extreme position. Vance, like other Republicans across the country, is accusing Ryan of being soft on crime. And what do you have to say about Tim Ryan's record on crime? Well, it's terrible, right? I mean, this is a guy who, in the way that the George Floyd killing, called all police systemically racist, said that law enforcement was the new Jim Crow. Meanwhile, Eric Ingram says Republicans like Vance best reflect their anger amid the violence. I kind of like him because he gets out there. People are scared to come out and really come to the cities and talk to one of us that has experienced a crime. And Bickerstaff has a blunt message for her party. Quickly again, either you form the restructure or the reform of your mind. Don't start with them because you want to vote. Tonight, 2 women proving their votes make a difference. Denise Alcindor and ABC News Cleveland.
We are back in a moment with a mysterious money on the Georgia Guidestones and the investigation into why someone bombed them. It was known as America's Stonehenge, a mysterious and popular roadside attraction in Georgia. But this week, the Guidestones were bombed, much of it caught on camera. And as investigators search for the suspect, online conspiracy theories are growing by the day. Here's Scotty Schwartz.
For decades, massive granite slabs towered over a Georgia field, or astrological calendar, or doomsday construction guide. But today, the mystifying monument is a pile of rubble. Georgia investigators releasing video of someone blowing up one of the massive 42,000-pound granite stones, and online internet skills, digging into the bizarre history of America's Stonehenge. We don't know all time, but the Guidestones were commissioned by a stranger in the late 70s before a pretty cryptic message for society after an apocalyptic event, calling for things like keeping a population under 500 million, uniting humanity under a new language, and providing reproduction for fitness and diversity. Around the small town of Elberton, the stones were known as a harmless tourist trap.
2 weeks ago, it was a kooky roadside attraction. Someone felt like they showed up in here with dynamite. It's an attack on everybody that believes in free speech.
The panel's mentions of eugenics, population control, and local government, and conspiracies. Recently, the United States became the target of far-right political campaigns.
People view Guidestones as being satanic and as being evil. There could possibly be somebody out there who would have been willing to take matters into their own hands.
Georgia's Bureau of Investigations now releasing surveillance maps asking the public for help in identifying the bomber, while the mayor says there is a chance the Guidestones will stand again.
If there's one thing we know how to do is get up and run.
Gabby Schwartz, ABC News.
When we come back, the inspiring return of one of America's greatest civil contenders and what kept him going during the toughest times. Tonight we close our broadcast with some good news. Reporter Boyd Cooper, a friend of this broadcast from our affiliate KARE 11 in Minneapolis, and the stories you've seen here, is back on the air following a difficult diagnosis. Here's Joe Bryant.
Minnesota is not just the land of 10,000 lakes, it's also the land of 10,000 stories. That's the name of a popular franchise that features our reporter Boyd Cooper. Stories that air on NBC affiliate KARE 11.
There's a lot more good as out there that I don't care.
Knowing you, I'm guessing you never wanted to be separate from the story.
No, I'm not. I'm always more comfortable behind the camera.
Yet nearly a year ago, the storyteller became the story. Boyd was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, cancer of the plasma cells in his blood.
It's a pleasure to die.
Doctors immediately blasted his body with chemo and despair. Well, viewers flooded his home with get well wishes. By his side, his wife Sharon. Together, since they were 17.
You did just start taking me every time.
And no day was more important than April 15th. Boyd got his life-saving bone marrow transplant.
Yeah. Beginning of the next phase of my life. It's a reboot.
A reboot that includes his first grandchild, Tess. Boyd first held her right before the transplant. Keeps this call hanging on his fridge.
I don't think we'll ever take that down. Because it's a reminder of where we were at that time. But it's also
Echo, turn on Three Stooges. Echo, turn on Three Stooges.
Okay.
prison right now.
In the middle of all of these allegations, our God is just dropping music.
His songs were a huge part of the soundtrack of our lives.
I believe in God. Some recognition in this. I wish.
He had a voice that was incredible.
In love with the look, when he sounded, people looked at him as the king of R&B.
He was the biggest artist in the recording industry at that time. It was actual record sales. Probably worked with everyone. Snoop, Louisiana, Michael Jordan, Janet Jackson.
He worked with Michael Jackson, he worked with Jay-Z, Whitney Houston, Lady Gaga, R. Kelly was part of the He was a hero.
R&B superstar R. Kelly on trial for allegedly videotaping himself having sex with an underage girl.
Jurors found him not guilty on all charges. R. Kelly has a problem. The accusations are now part of culture.
South Park touched on it, Chappelle Show touched on it. After R. Kelly got on trial, I did the interview. He was very nervous.
Do you like teenage girls? When you say teenage, how old are you talking?
This is an industry where anything goes.
He was on the money.
He was like a bad boy, like an anti-hero. The other these words, which is so delusional for us to kind of feel like, oh, it's all good now.
R. Kelly has power over these young girls.
I had to leave with permission to be able to do some bad.
He gave us some question. What the heck is he doing hanging around high school?
R. Kelly believes he can fly, and that he's untouchable. His performances were increasingly choreographic.
I am handcuffed like a lot of you motherfuckers. I'm handcuffed like this. It's too late. They should have did this shit 30 years ago. It's too late.
My family grew up in Armadillo Gardens, housing projects. My name is Kerry Kelly, and I'm R. Kelly baby brother. Teresa is the oldest. Bruce is the second oldest. Robert, then myself.
R. Kelly did face hardships with his family, like many other, households in the inner city. You may not know where your next meal is coming from. People living check to check.
Even though we grew up living in the projects, Robert is not cut from a cloth of being street. He was down there, afraid. He didn't come outside. They didn't cut from his people. My name is Bruce Kelly. In my earliest childhood memories, Robert was shy and very timid. If you stare at him in his face, start crying, we would have to urge him on to sing because he was really shy and he would sing with his back turned to me so he wouldn't have to look him in the face. Everybody had a mother
they have a father. But our fathers had, just left and said to us. It was a struggle, but we never went home.
R. Kelly grew up in the church. His mother sang in the church.
My mother's lead singer in the choir. She would make people catch spirits, they call them. She was a very big fan of Aretha Franklin, Gladys Knight, Shaka Khan. When she would do Gladys Knight, we would be her pips. So it just grew. We loved music just as much as she did. Robert had problems reading and writing. He did apply himself. He took tutoring and things of that nature. He just couldn't grasp the whole thing. One day I came home, Robert was off in the bathroom, he was in there crying. And I'm listening to him just crying. Knock on the door. Robert. He tried to fix it. I said, what's wrong with you, man? Broke down, started crying again. But this time, these kids always tease me because I can't breathe. Like, man, let me tell you something. They're going to be the same kids that's going to be crying because you're famous. Taught himself to play back here. When he hear, if he hear a beat in his head, he pick it until that beat come alive. And humming the singing versus having to write it. He actually gravitated to the light. It's just like he knew that was his purpose.
My name is Trey Williams. I've known Bob about 30 years. That's another back in the late 80s. I was at the recording studio at Chicago Tracks. Gavin Christopher was an artist in Chicago. He came to the studio and he brought this kid with him. And the kid was rough. He had a little white Casio piano. Gavin said, you gotta check this kid out. He can really sing. He said, sing for him. Bob turned on his piano. He started singing a song about roses or something. He had a voice that was incredible. It sounded like a hit song already. So I was thinking he was playing something that was already written. This was a song that he had written himself. At that point, I knew that this kid was something. He really reminded me of Marvin Gaye was the first name, Sam Cooke, a legend. He was amazing.
Robert pretty much stayed busy, pretty much went to studio, he pretty much became more creative, he became obsessed with doing music because that was his outlet, because it took his mind away from reality, which was kind of rough.
Like anything else when you're a child, whatever you taught, it goes with you.
Once we moved out of the projects, a lot of things changed for the worse.
I recently saw an interview that I'm going to do with Thomas Smiley, which was striking.
I didn't want you to do something that expose you to things. You saw it. There were adults who should not have been able to come under you when you were a child. So they do to you, you exposed to sex and other things.
Well, I'm not going to go in on people in my family or most, but I feel like all my fans, it was enough for them to have understanding for how. And yes, I was molested when I was 7 to maybe 13 or 14, something like that. Black people in my family.
was molested when I was 7, so maybe 13 or 14, something like that. A lot of people in my family. Sexually, it woke up my hormones a lot earlier than they were supposed to be awakened. When a child don't really know, you only see, you learn, you try to figure it out. It enhances your curiosity before it's time. You're not supposed to be curious about sex because you're not supposed to see sex like that.
I believe that Robert, that is possible. I don't think that if he said that, I don't think that he's lying. Because happens. You know, I really don't talk to me about a lot of things that I've been going through. I just keep it in my own. I was molested by a family, and that shook my world, you know, because I didn't understand it. I knew it wasn't right, even though I was 6 years old at that time. I knew it wasn't right, but it was happening to me. I was afraid to tell my mom, because of the person who they were. I didn't know if she was gonna believe me, so I was afraid to tell her. Robert and me and my big brother, I brought that to him and told him what happened to me. And when I told him what happened to me, he didn't really respond to it like I felt he should. When I told him, he said, "No, that didn't happen, that didn't happen." And I said, "Yes, it did." And Robert said, "No, it did." Then I left it alone. I really didn't have to take it to my mom. And my brothers was the test. If they believed me, then maybe I could have took it to them. No.
Child sexual abuse confuses power and control with sex. And so children may want to say, like, I want to be the one that's in that power position, right? I never want to be a victim again. I want to be the person that's in the power in a sexual relationship. And so as they get older, they want to make sure that they're always in that power position. And there's really no more powerful position in a sexual relationship than to be the abuser to the child.
I'm not Robert at high school while you're together.
One of the crown jewels in Kenwood Academy's, reputation is their concert choir under the direction of Dr. Liam Flynn.
She was truly like Rob's therapist. She loved that boy, took him under her wing, and really made him and honed him into being the singer that he is today.
My grandma taught at Kenwood Academy as a music teacher. She was more than just a music teacher to a lot of people. She was a mother to a lot of people, and still is. My grandma's taught so many students, and of the notable students, Nate Taken, Grant, Jennifer Hudson, Shaka Khan, just name it.
I was impressed. And I was amazed because he was musically genius material.
Did you ever talk about his homework?
No, he didn't talk about that, but you knew about it because it came out in the news. What they expressed, children express what they hear, they love, and around it. And he was very aggressive.
What do you like this?
Well, yeah, aggressive. And he felt like it sexual language too. We had to discuss and say that it would be appropriate in school. It would really be appropriate, period.
You dropped out senior year. You saw his confidence kind of once he realized he had some gift, he came to singing. And it went from being shy to confident. It's really an evolution. He was honing on his craft and just, yeah, he made himself into a great singer.
He got noticed basically when he actually went to Nat Nicole's big break. Robert said he probably the show. He would win the show.
The best talent, in the nation. And it blew down to two groups.
Okay, for our Kelly and Indiana, thank you, please. 281.
That's when all the labels started calling, and that's when he took off. Once he signed to Jive Records, it was a wrap.
I was driving through Hyde Park at one time and stopped at a store. Rob was driving by, he was on his way to high school. And I heard a lot about Rob going to Kenwood High School to hang out, and I always wondered what the heck was he doing, hanging around high school. So left high school many years ago. And that's all I can say on that, because I don't know, but I heard that he was picking up a lot of kids from the school.
My name is Yolanda Cunningham. I'm Kelly since 19. At that time, I was about 14. I met him through a dear friend of mine, Tiffany. She was also a gay production. He was an upcoming artist. She knew him prior to me meeting her. I believe they met at Kenwood High School. And she asked, "You want to go down and meet so-and-so?" And I was that, and we went. That's how we started. Do you know how old her girl was when we met? Wasn't something that was talked about. I don't remember actually saying, "Hey, last night, how old are you?" We were doing the background photos, looking up to the 90s album. He would just ask us to come into the studio and you sing this, you sing this, you sing that, y'all sing this together. And that's how we would go. I wanted to be a professional singer. You're up close and personal with someone who is potentially going to be seen in the world, and you're young, you're excited, and you think, wow, who's this person, and what do you got going on? Can I hear your music? It was the first time I heard Honey. I was like, wow. A very talented young man. His ability to create music is ingenious. It's truly talented.
Right across the street from Kenwood High School, I was seeing R. Kelly there on a regular basis, and these were high school girls, freshmen, sophomores. I couldn't say exactly, but I knew they were students at the high school. The nickname Pied Piper for nothing. Pied Piper's whole purpose is to bring young people to him to follow him, to admire him, to listen to him. So he's good at it.
The first time I saw R. Kelly, I was probably around 12, maybe 13. We were hanging out at McDonald's in Hyde Park. I was 14 years old. You'd always see him come in by himself, but we with some soup.
When we girls, Robert would, I would, a lot of times make people know that R. Kelly's here.
You would see the fourth floor below. There were a bunch of girls in Kenwood jackets and high school clothes. You would see him and this group of guys come in and kind of hang out. Mr. Kelly wants to be here. We look over and that's like, oh, nah. The girl smiles back. That's when he starts talking. Public announcement, R. Kelly, born into the 90s. He was on the rise. He knew that he had a singing career. He was blowing up, and Who wouldn't want to be with a superstar? He liked high school girls. He could influence them more. They were more impressionable. He tries to slide into that space for girls like them. They can't necessarily slide there. People will say, well, why did you not notice? The answer is that we all notice. No one cares about us. I'm here at different things, but I didn't realize what was going on at the time. I know when we were around, as children ourselves, as teenagers, if it was allowed to be back as girls to recruit, in a sense. I mean, at that time, you didn't think of just that. At that time, you think you go get girls. I mean, we weren't looking for an age limit. In our minds, we just looked for girls. We were so stupid. Just so naive. The first time I witnessed a sexual act in studio was during the recording of the Soviet Series. And one of my teenage friends in booth had been over. And we were all right there. I will not say it was home, but none of us were of age. None of us. Feel to be 14 girls in this world. We went through the experience of life. We saw it was a period of time when we were just trying to make it. We had big dreams and we thought we were gonna be somebody. I often tell the world that he should not meet young girls. You know anything the bullshit about that you should not meet. And that was my language to him consistently. He had no business around me. They were too young for me. I told you what with their lives and put them on the dump right now, somebody else's lives. So 1993, we get 12 Play, which is, in my opinion, what really establishes R. Kelly as one of the most influential, if not the most influential R&B artists of his generation.
Bump and Grind is his first big song. It's kind of slow, like a ballad, but then it's like there's nothing wrong with being physical and sexual, and so it's sort of that classic R&B message of like, sexuality is okay. It's okay to be physical.
In the beginning with 12 Play, we get to this point where it's less about having beautiful lyrics or beautiful melody and a great voice, and almost about this kind of shock and awe and this raunch and this raw sexuality. You know, sex me.
I mean, a lot of these songs are great. You know, it's just that when you start to think about the sort of person behind them, you start to go like,
I remember Rob from nothing, sleeping in his car. It started just that fast. I can only imagine that he got caught up and lost himself in the fame and the fortune. And then Bob met Aaliyah through his manager, which Aaliyah was very interesting things.
right now, what you can, very talented young lady, Aaliyah. She lives me, she just keeps saying, hey, Aaliyah, the first verse is funky, right? What I want you to do is, I want you to try to get into it just a little bit more, but to get into it a little more, make it a little more street, all right? All right. Sound good, okay?
What was Aaliyah like as a person? Very shy kid, very tomboyish, glasses, braces, no swag.
She was truly an angelic individual. She was truly a beautiful young lady. Aaliyah just needed a look. That's all. She just needed a little something to spice it up. She was still very young. She was 12 years old. We found her street pen. We gave her her vibe. She went from wearing fitted clothes to the baggy jeans, with the half shirts, with baseball caps. We taught her how to be an artist in the sense of having a stage presence. We would see Aaliyah as a hotel, and take her all over the place. It was fun. We used to take her to my dad's house. And we danced and sing in the living room. Aaliyah became very close with Tia and myself. We were all very close. She and myself had a very close-knit relationship and friendship. Those are the cool things. But those are the things that also make you cry.
Aaliyah's first album was made by Artie, and it's called Ain't Nothing But a Number. And that the title song is about a young girl who's trying to get an older guy to go all the way. I mean, it's frightening and it's disgusting.
This is a young girl who's obviously not even, barely a puberty ready. But there's a kind of sexuality to it that is part of why it worked. And R. Kelly used that in calling Ain't Just Nothing But a Number. He's playing on all of that right away. That's it. Ain't Just Nothing But a Number is a thing in the black community. It's not very before. When a high-end girl walks by, it's got a barbershop.
Ain't Nothing But a Number is definitely a perfect song for hiding in plain sight.
So I grew up being a great voice to USC, became started singing to he said you want to remember that. That's the favorite thing. So now I'm gonna make her the biggest song in the world, man. Because she's so beautiful. And she always had a black baby. I'm just telling you, go get ice cream, and I'm in the back of walking behind her all the time. And they're just so silly. I'm just picking it up and it's silly.
I met Aaliyah once at the studio at CRC. At that point, I didn't see anything unusual, except a producer working at Fox.
It wasn't until I was maybe a teenager myself that it really bothered me just how much older he was than her. At the time, I remember thinking, that's not right. I don't have no grown man friends, right? Like, I just can't wrap my brain around like having a grown up, period, as a friend. A babysitter, a friend of the family, but never being left alone in the care of a male, aside from my father.
My parents trusted me. They trusted me. They trusted us. I thought they were getting closer. I was beginning to suspect they didn't want. So I asked her, I said, "Bro, man, what's going on, baby? You messing?" Hell no, man, I'm not messing with this.
It was under talks for a long time about having them come up to the show. It was kind of like, they don't want you to talk about the age. They don't want you to talk about any of this stuff. But as a journalist, you kind of have to decide, are you going to take this risk while this platform is in front of you and ask the questions that the people want to know?
Okay, let's put something. I'm going to run down the street. Everybody take a thing. The job is a girlfriend or boyfriend, cousin. Just let's get it. It was very close to my best friend. Now, family in a whole lot.
They're asked direct questions. Are you guys dating? And they would not give direct answers. They would both give these vague answers that left it all in the air. So they knew this wasn't right.
And for the rest of you at home, that's a secret. Let me
Right. Seeing them dressed alike was really kind of like dangling candy in front of the baby. Like, this is promotion, this is media machine, we're gonna work this to our benefit, and we're gonna toy with you, we're gonna play with you, and we're not gonna give you any direct answers, and we're gonna kind of leave you wondering, why are they a couple? We were, two of us, we really are in confined spaces. When you get on the bus, there are bunks. And so, it's almost have little curtains you can pull at night if you don't want anybody to see you sleep. So it just so happened we were all laying in our bunks. It was, and curtains are open, everybody's communicating like that. We used to play some pranks on each other. And I think it was intended to prank time. And the doors were open on the bus. Robert was having sex with a lady. When the doors were open on the bus. What did you see? Things that an adult should not have done with a child. Robert was having sex with a lady.
Did you feel protected of the man? Do you feel protected of the man?
I feel protected of the man right now, which is why I can't get my mouth to that. It's true. It's true. A lot of people who loved and adored, and I can't stress to you enough how people are still suffering behind things that went on 20 years ago. After that, it kind of started the breakup of everything and everybody. A lot of people's emotions were challenged. I can't stress to you enough how people are still suffering behind things that went on 20 years ago. After that, it kind of started the breakup of everything and everybody. A lot of people's emotions were challenged. My whole family just kind of ripped up.
Robert came to me. We were in Miami. Robert said, "Man, we got to be in trouble." And be in trouble, what do you mean? You got to get to Chicago. I said, "Well, I'm going to call Barry. I'm tell Barry." "No, man, I can't tell Barry." Robert asked me to cut. That broke my heart. That was so disappointing. I couldn't really believe him when he said that, he wasn't going to mess with me. It was a question. And once he told me that, I was like, I was also worried. He married Louis. I was in the when they got married.
In 1994, I was working at MTV News as a writer, on air, and the issue of is he married to Aaliyah was widely talked about widely. My boss told me, call the Cook County Clerk's office and tell them to send you the marriage certificate. Hip hop star R. Kelly did indeed marry his protege because he feels Yeah, Lockwood. And to me, this was the first marriage certificate on which Leah had said that she was 18, and she was actually 15, and R. Kelly was 27, and they were married.
I'm not proud of that. I had papers forged for them. Leah was underage. Got the marriage license. We were in a hotel in Maplewood, Illinois. It was just a quick little ceremony. Nothing elaborate. She didn't have on a white dress. Robert didn't have on a tux. Just everyday wear. Robert said, I do. He said, I do, and we'll live. They looked worried, scared. Worried and scared. I wanted so much to grab her and talk to her. I wanted so much. And she looked at me, she gave me a look. She looked at me. That's what I feel like I looked out. I failed them. But who did it change the course of everything? I was not familiar with how the annulment happened with Olivia. I just know that it did. My parents had the last say so.
In Leah's situation, a lot of us kind of forgave, but we're kind of like, that's weird, but okay, what else you got? Well, they're both performers, and she's old beyond her years, and they just have that special connection. It didn't yet appear like, here's a person who is a predator.
Where was the outrage? Where was Essence? Where was Penny? Where was the local news? Where was anyone? Like, why was this not in that moment? Full stop. Why didn't the culture say something is wrong? You have this whole history of adult male musicians who hung out with young girls. Musicians who mentor young girls, who have a history of musicians who married young girl fans. And I think while it was disturbing to people, it's very easy to rationalize things when you're in the industry and you see this flourishing career, not only of Kelly, but of Leah.
If you consider the history of American pop music, particularly rock and roll, there's a whole thing about underage girls that's a big running theme in so much of the song. Sweet Little 16. There's a body of work of underage girls being sexual targets, being sexually promiscuous, being celebrated.
It's hard to think of a group or an artist who didn't pay tribute to teenage girls in a way that we might question today. Even the Beatles, you know, when I saw her standing there, she was just 17, if you know what I mean. Jerry Lee Lewis famously married his 13-year-old cousin, Myra, and they wanted their relationship. That actually brought down his career. Elvis Presley was more subtle and careful with his teenage girlfriend, Priscilla, who he met when he was a soldier abroad in Germany and who he brought to live with him as a young teenager. So when you think of girls who are going to shows, attending concerts, becoming completely hysterical, and then meeting their heroes, I mean, this is a situation right for men taking advantage of young girls.
Robert feels as if he's invincible. I can't be touched. And in hindsight, this society would kind of make sense because he's progressively done this for as far back as I can remember, and what else they just remember.
R. Kelly created and occupied a position of outrageousness that masked everything that's happening behind the scenes.
And then when you get that type of fame and that type of power, you come from nothing and you know nothing. And all you know is that everyone around you is yes and okay, sure, and you have everything at your beck and call. You kind of lose perspective of the
Oftentimes, perpetrators will be so brave to say, I'm going to let the world know. I'm going to let everyone see what's going on. And you better not say anything. That speaks to the amount of control that individual have over another person.
I went to a few parties at Rob's house, and one particular time I was there. We went down to the studio. There was a girl standing next to Rob, and she was naked and was feeling on her boobs. You have big stuff. That is part of the lifestyle. But when you see that there are girls there that look young, they become very questionable to me. Now they check IDs, they ask for IDs, but clearly see that these are babies in my eyes. And that was something that I didn't want to be around.
And I was out there too, but he got a lot of guys that, pretty much, if he said, go get some girls from the mall, yeah, go get some girls.
You look at the people around somebody, and it's very upsetting that he really didn't have to do much to get these young girls.
One mall there.
You said we're gonna go to the mall, Dave, we'll try to keep it low key, we'll see what happens.
My name is Lizette Martinez from Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. I was a typical teenager. I was at Abbotsford Mall with some girlfriends, and I see someone, a really tall guy, wearing sunglasses. So I said to my friend, oh, I think that's R. Kelly. And she said, why would you be at the mall? And I said, no, that thing. And it hurt me. And then he turned around and I was kind of starstruck, there's this person in front of me that I think is like the world. And he walked up to me and gave me a hug, and I kind of I was kind of frozen. And then he said he was recording an album. I said, okay, nice to meet you. Good luck. And then his bodyguard came out and handed me his phone number and said, our friend would like you to call me. My best friend was with me. She said, Liz, this is your big break. You better call, or I'm going to call for you. For me, singing was always an outlet, and I planned on having a career. So I called, and he said, well, I'd like you to come to dinner with us. My girlfriend said, let's get your makeup and hair done now. This is it, you're going to make it. It was so naive. His bodyguard handed me his phone number and said, our family would like you to call. So we met him at the steakhouse. Came up that I was, aspiring singer. Later on, we went to the recording studio. My heart was something I wanted. And he starts to play the piano, plays a song by Boyz II Men, and asked me to sing along with him. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, I'm sitting with R. Kelly, I'm 17, and he's right here singing. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't even know what to say. And then he just said that, I sounded really great, I had a good look, that I could make it, and he was going to help me. And he leaned over and kissed me. And I was really taken aback by that. I didn't know how to stay calm. All of a sudden, he told me in my mouth, this is my dream. How do I handle this? I wanted the dream so bad, but I knew it was going to be something else. I knew it was going to be something else. walk too many when he was guilty. Sex with him always felt not natural. Falling in love with each other, and then slowly he lets go. There's a difference between R.K. and Rob. R.K. was this hard, nasty, loving guy. But Robert is the devil, is the devil, is the devil.
R. Kelly has brought so much pain to so many people.
His fitness lives within him. I say basically living a life down the road. He's a control freak. He's the puppet master. There's girls in every movie. What the hell is going on? This is really about an adult man who is using the power of his fame, wealth, and that to systematically degrade black men. He became more abusive and more aggressive. He just started kicking me and slapping me.
Mr. Kelly is indicted in New York for his arrest.
A lot of people saw it. He said it was her that was true.
She was actually 14, and he's hearing it on her right now. He was not thought of as guilty, even though the evidence was there. She would never introduce her to him as an offender to do this. Okay. Stay the fuck away from her. Can you describe how he treated you? I felt like I had to talk to him, you know, like he was a normal person, not a celebrity. Very welcoming. Robert treated me very well. Charismatic, funny, extremely caring. He's hard not to like. It was very romantic to me. Our relationship was beautiful in the beginning, but didn't know about the storm on the horizon. He would break me down. He would turn around and say, I'm the only one that loves you, I'm the only one who cares about you. I was mentally drained. Robert feels as if he's invincible. I can't be touched. And in hindsight, that's why I didn't come in.
Rob was the big star in Chicago at that time. He was all over the radio loved him. He had a lot of hit songs, and they were playing his song Chicago Love Dogs.
There was five. And he had another big hit, Honey Love. He had been in Clark County Girls.
He was larger than life. He was kind of like all of our hopes and dreams wrapped up into as far as teenage girls definitely wanted to meet him. And I heard lots of stories about girls who did.
This is really about an adult man who is using the power of his fame, wealth, whatever, to systematically degrade little black girls.
When you get that type of power, you kind of lose perspective of reality.
Robert did love women for a lot of different reasons.
Robert likes younger women. You have people who have fantasies about different things. I like older women who go bigger, you know? But that's just a preference. It's a preference. Everyone has preferences. So, what is the big deal? What's the big issue with my brother?
When I went down to the studio, I could see what kind of lifestyle Rob was living with, what was going on inside. And it didn't look good to me. There was a bedroom in the main room of the studio. There was girls everywhere. was a young girl sitting, and she had to be, I haven't checked her ID, I don't know, but anywhere from 15, 17 to 18, she was a teenager, she was young. You can tell was young. I don't know if they were together. When I went to another room, there was a girl in that room, with the lights out, waiting. There was another girl in this lounge, over there, the lights out, waiting. And I'm telling me my business card, what the hell is going on?
Robert, it's hard not to like. It's hard not to like. I was at a party at his house, and I didn't drink, but his friend was using alcohol, so I was really like easy. I remember he took me to the room. It was just a blur. We went back to the party, and I just kind of passed out. It was my first sexual experience, and I didn't even be that way. Sex with him felt not natural. Visiting him, it was mainly about sex. I felt like a sex object. You know, he would say, I still want to help you in your career. Music was my joy. So I felt like my dreams were true. I just kind of like listened to him and said, okay, you know, I'm staying there by myself. He would have people follow me because he told me as much. If you leave this hotel room or go anywhere, I have my boys following me and I know everything I do. So I was very careful. Wouldn't get a feeling for days, and then we'd come back and it was just sexing and mental and physical abuse.
And here we have R. Kelly, who was saying, I will help you create a career. But he never intended to do that. And here again, women trying to move up in good faith. I am a singer, I will listen to you, and he's just like, I'm just gonna take it on.
A lot of the young women became involved with them. A lot of them started from the same place that those people in my community are. I heard those rumors, and I don't believe that to be true. I'm an aspiring star. I'm not a gold digger. I'm not that. I'm not this, that, or the other. I'm introduced to him, or I get the opportunity to meet him. And he's a charming, rich, famous person who has the ability to fly you around the world and, you know, buy you whatever you want and do whatever. I mean, that's a lot of temptation for somebody so young and naive.
The first time this music debut was 17, and I said, well, this is something that I shouldn't have. Well, I was looking at someone that I shouldn't have been looking at. You know, so he didn't like that. He took me outside and smacked me and said, like, you're only supposed to look at me. And I don't understand this. I just cried and said, okay. And then I did that going forward, and I didn't want to anger him or get hit.
Anybody can get victim of abuse. However, there are certain contexts and certain characteristics that can make you more vulnerable. Like in equal power dynamics, girls can go into a situation really wanting something, and when somebody feels that they can hold that something over her head, if you just do this with me, then the behavior and exploitation can escalate. Once you find out that he was married.
Maybe a year after they were married, I never did. Never said anything. My best friend said she heard it on the radio. And I was like in shock. We never spoke of the marriage. He never told me about the marriage.
Quite a few women, but there are only a couple of women that I know really well. Obviously, Aaliyah and my sister Angela.
I was shocked that Robert married her. It just looked like to me they weren't compatible. She just seemed different than what he was accustomed to having.
My name is Andrea Kelly, born and raised in the Windy City. My family says that I dance before I walk. Dance is the reason why I met Robert. A good friend of mine, Larry, convinced me to go to an audition. I'm like, Larry, I'm not going to an audition. First of all, who else are Kelly excited or heard of him at that point? He's like, no, you should go. Yo, he's got this new song out called Six. He's going on tour. He's looking for dancers.
Sure. The best boy and girls. Really one of the best dancers in the world.
This face says, you got a job, he loves you. And that's how I was. He was a go-getter. And that was amazing to me, to see somebody who, after sharing that he didn't really want to fight well, but you create these amazing songs. I was mesmerized. There was a part of me that's like, wow, he is really a musical genius. I started to see a more gentle, or I got a formal side. He started to get to the point where he would ask me to teach him how to be. Being able to share the loss of his mom. With me, it was like 100% raw down to the syllabus. The nurturer that I am, you're thinking, okay, I'm not going to be that person who's like they turn the line. I'm not going to be that person who's like they is going fault. That is, I'm going to be that person who's like it's going to love me through that. And it was actually beautiful in the beginning. But didn't know about Storm on the Horizon.
Some of like R. Kelly would use their vulnerability to make the victim comfortable, and so the victim then, okay, well, they share this very private moment with me, and that's how you build trust. Vulnerability builds trust, and that for many girls and women start as caring, feeling cared for, feeling paid attention to, and then get involved into, over time, more interest and more abusive behavior.
I saw another side of him, the dark side. And he was saying, you have to call me daddy. I was walking around, I went to the restroom, I had to ask him. I was hungry, I had to ask him. He came up once and grabbed me on the arm and dragged me down the hallway because I saw that. I was kicking, screaming, crying. He told me to perform sexual acts while his friends were in the backseat. And like humiliated me in front of everyone. It was like he owned.
R. Kelly was definitely part of this point of view. That's also about Jackson, both Michael and Janet, who were connecting R&B to the mainstream.
Marvin actually did a remake on Janet that when it did so well that Michael liked it and Michael wanted to work with Robert. Robert was like, he was really thrilled, to get a chance to produce Michael Jackson. That was like turning his career. He let me hear and say, who's this? I listened to the song and said, it's easy, it's Michael Jackson. Come on, Bruce, man. Well, the brother's own voice. I said, yes, you. He sang the song himself, right? And then Mike heard it. And when Michael Jackson heard it, Michael said, oh my God, this sounds just like me.
He just said that he had something like really special that he was working on. This time I was senior in high school and found out that I was pregnant. And a few days later, I had a miscarriage. When he wrote it, he was thinking of me. So then he played it and he called the song You Know.
Our Rights have a really great song about someone dealing with the idea of isolation.
which is a big theme in Michael's piece.
In hindsight, often as follows. There were real stories. There are about different people during those times in different situations that were occurring with them. So your life's cold. Things like that. Sex. Those are real stories. AJ, no one else.
The perpetrator might isolate an individual. It's easier for a perpetrator to abuse when that individual doesn't have resources. Me and my brothers, we all have our ways with our girls. We're very jealous guys. We don't want our girls to do certain things. You know, see our girls talk too much to people and all. That's just the way we are.
That's like rules to people when he doesn't have influence stuff. I think he wants to be speak because he wants to be honest with him, but he's really the brother. There was a rule being on tour with him, the dancers do not communicate with my background singers, my band don't communicate with my dancers. He really ran it like a dictatorship. Like when we walk in as dancers, we walk in and sing about ours. We did not get to communicate with the other artists in the venue. We had to stay in our dressing rooms until it was time for you to hit the stage. My parents were trying to get a hold of me and they couldn't. I did not know that my cell phone number was being changed. And I believe he strategically did it so that he could have all this going on. And if I keep you locked away and keep you isolated, you don't get to see this other side.
We used to talk with Andrea and dancers and stuff and have fun. But after they got married, no more of that. You know, it was like she wouldn't even speak to us. And it was hard to know if we could speak to her. Robert chartered a plane with a bagger that said, Andrea, will you marry me? And then the dude dropped down in the parachute with a ring. She said, yeah. So it was a secret ceremony. He was really sneaky. And I would love for his brothers to be there with him. For memories, nothing else. Fame is one thing. You know, but when you start to lose certain life's precious moments because of fame, I think I do without it. I felt bad. I could see that she wanted her people there. You know, she wanted her mom there. She wanted her dad there. But that's wonderful.
My wedding was a surprise wedding. I did not know I was getting married. We went to Colorado and I remember coming into the hotel room and there was silence, there's a cello player. He had the cake, he had the food, he had everything. Like he went over the top. Like, Robert, what if I wanted to do it in a church? What if I wanted to do it in wedding dress? I didn't think he even understands that we've now crossed that line from being generous to being controlling. Tell me, what happened in the end? What's the final straw? I called one of the deals this morning. My mom turned into Keanu Ray. My whole body was completely paralyzed. And I was naked and my mother involved with knowledge. I was in ICU for 2.5 weeks. I almost died. He was nowhere to be found. My best friend was very angry and said that I should stop seeing him. You're just one year. You're like a prostitute. That hurt. But it was the truth. Obviously, that I didn't want to be there to keep. He stole my life from me. Being newspapers. And I don't think he understands girls that are young, how impressionable they are, and how traumatic these experiences are to change forever. I decided to walk away. I want to give him something.
You fall in love with the child. You fall in love with his broken. And then slowly, he lets something creep in. He's a control freak. Having to call him daddy, there should not be repercussions if I don't call you daddy. I can control what you do, who you do it with, how long you do it, where you go, what, where, when you sleep. I honestly believe that he has a God complex.
There's a concept called learned helplessness that allows people to feel like there's nothing I can do to change the situation. The more sensationalized idea of sexual abuse is almost how I feel better. And the change and the anger that we see are psychological, and they're learned from the perpetrator who's very skillful at manipulating an individual to do what he or she wants. For example, often it's put out feelings. We'll put out feelings to see who will not cross this boundary. So for example, one could be calm down. Something simple like that. Calm down, okay, that's not the end of the world. It's not going to cause you to psychologically step, but that's step one. Step two, wear these types of clothes around. Step three, you can't move around the house unless I say so. So there's no real grandiose manipulation. It comes in slow, step-by-step process. And once you're in, it's really hard to get out.
When I began working with R. Kelly, I did network with I was hanging out with Robert at his crib. You know, the fellas were around. I was in the girl. We were watching the Chicago Bulls play out here. And I kept hearing this knock. Tom was like, okay. Robert hasn't moved. Focus on the TV. Not the game. And I was like, do you hear this knock? I'm like, somebody's knocking, Robert. And he leans back and said, yeah. And she peeks out the door. His wife, Drake. And I was like, oh, hell no, to myself. She wants to come down to grab my to eat. She asked him, is it okay if I come down to grab some food? And he was like, yeah, come on. And I was just like, wow. Never could be me. Since you watched me up, you've heard stories where you were locked up. There's certain things that Robert Simpson and I'm not going to talk about today because pain, the disbelief still, and the darkness.
Men or women, boys or girls, stay in a victimized situation due to something we call psycho abuse. The first psycho abuse is called the honeymoon phase, where everything's great, everything's crimson clover, and give you everything we and love you, or should give you the sexual attention, the emotional attention, the financial attention, and then you start walking up eggshells, little things.
She would do something wrong instead of saying, hey, do it this way. Are you that stupid? And you're like, why don't you be stupid? It's just because I don't know how to do it. It doesn't mean I'm stupid. It just means that I haven't mastered it yet. I don't know how to do it. Down to the way you want to just pancakes me. With the crispy edges, if they weren't crisp enough, you made it wrong. It would be the smallest thing that you think would not make the average person feel inadequate, but you hear it enough and you start thinking, okay, so I'm not smart enough, I don't make the pancakes right, milk is too cold. Then one time I make the milk too cold, but maybe it should have been as quick as just always on eggshell.
After the marriage, though, she got real quiet. She was really quiet. And I took that as how Robert wanted it, you know.
Girls and women are relational in nature, which means that they develop and they thrive in connection with other people. If an individual wants to come in and be that most important relationship in her life, then slowly over time we can use that position to guide her behavior. So So you'll start not doing things because I don't want to irritate him necessarily for a relationship. It's a slow process of isolation, of tailoring this person to what you want her to be and how you want her to act. But you don't even believe in your own sense of judgment after a while. And you're trying to figure out, how do I get him back to the good space? Okay, I'll take responsibility for it. I'll just say it's my fault. I'll say yes to whatever it is. I'll apologize. Because if I can just get him back to the good guy, the one that I fell in love with, then I'm in a good space. How do I stop it? How do I get you back? How do I get you back to the guy that asked me to help him reach? When I began working with Robert, I thought he was a genius. I definitely consider him as a mentor. He also became family to me, but he's a controlling person. Yeah. Sparkle, she's been around from the beginning, from day one. She's his original background vocalist. I don't know if you've ever heard her sing, but she's got an amazing voice. The branch is like fire. And she would actually be in the studio for hours. Robert and I spent a great amount of time together. The process of working on my debut album was crazy. All myself taking little pictures. The concept for Be Careful came from controlling Robert. He thought of the concept for the song, and he wanted it to now be a duet instead of just me singing. 2 years ago, didn't know we had a friend. Wait a minute. He thought of everything. He thought of the video. He thought of the clothing. He's a visionary, so he thinks of the steps, where we go down, and how do you want me to walk, and where do I want to see you drive down the street, and how do I put my hair, he has all that down. Robert didn't allow pretty much anyone to speak to me. I'm just walking around, hey, and then I was like, what's going on? Why are these people speaking back? Come to find out, they couldn't speak to me. You wouldn't let them. That's not me, because I want to speak to everybody and anybody, whoever I want to speak to. So when I learned that, I would go out my way to speak to people, just to tick them off, because I'm just like, well, you can't tell me what I can't handle. I'm not that good. I'm not that chick. You can't fight with me. But I didn't know that while Bob was coming.
Robert, he loves basketball. Yeah, I think he thinks he's Michael Jordan. We used to go to Michael's house every weekend play basketball against the Suns. He was here about Space Jam project. They had actually sent Robert footage of Mike doing basketball moves, sort of slow motion. He sit up and watch footage and say, wow, yeah, he just so much. He just came out with, I believe I can touch the sky. And just started singing. That's it. That's it. That's it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I Believe I Can Fly is a powerful song, and a lot of people sung it at talent shows. It's one of those songs that inspired a lot of people.
It was everywhere. Kindergarten graduation, high school graduation, I believe I can touch the sky, and in churches.
It was just massive. It was a huge, huge song.
It was a moment of redemption in some people's eyes and ears. People were amazed that this guy who was very pornographic in a context could walk in and do something spiritual, religious. It was genius.
No wonder, considering that the most famous thing that R. Kelly has ever done was I Believe I Can Fly, did that on some level make people feel comfortable with him as somebody who was an entertainer for children or somebody who's a good guy.
All these concerts,
pick their titles, right? I'm the Pied Piper of R&B. Pied Piper was a children's character who played a flute, I believe, and children would follow him down the road to whatever he was leading. So he literally picks a metaphor for seducing young children with music.
If you go to Chicago, we've heard about R. Kelly. My son used to like Space Jams and to watch I Believe I Can Fly. He would make the Space Jam about 100 times when he was almost 2 years old.
Everything he put out at this point now is just a hit. And not just on the R&B charts. Like, he's now a bona fide pop artist.
He won 3 Grammys that year. And boy, did his hair blow up big at that time. He became untouchable in his time.
Mark Kelly was one of the people hiding in plain sight, and sometimes we, as a society, are so in denial of people that we admire that we don't want to see it.
My name is Lisa Van Allen. I was 17 years old when I met Rob. A friend of mine, his girlfriend, was going to a video shoot. She was an aspiring singer, and he didn't want her to go by herself, so he asked me if I could go with her to the video shoot. It was for Home with him and Keith Murray. Everyone was dancing, he was pretty upbeat. At some point, I guess he saw me, and he had his cousin come over to me and say, Rob wants to talk to you. You know, I was kind of surprised when I actually ended up meeting him because I just thought I'd be the last one he would try to talk to because I was probably the youngest one there. Rob was sitting there with me, and he was being really, really nice, and he asked me how old I was, and I told him I was 17, and he asked me, will your mother let you come to Chicago? I mean, he was at least 31, so I thought when I said 17 that he'd be like, you know, like, that was going to be the deal breaker. But, it wasn't.
Young girls are impressionable. Like, he's R. Kelly. Now, look who I get. Look who showing me interest. He's charismatic, funny, and he's an all-around nice guy. But Robert is masculine. Like, everybody knows it now. They didn't know it back then.
I heard about Rob's reputation, about him dating Aaliyah, but I didn't assume that he liked younger girls. I just thought, at that moment, I just thought he liked me. He actually had me go on the bus, his tour bus. He wanted me to take off the little dressy clothes I have. It went into him suggesting sexual acts, like oral and sex. I felt like I shouldn't have done that so fast, but at the same time, I didn't want to tell him no. I guess because I was pretty much, and I just didn't want to tell him no, and I thought he might be upset. Or, you know, not like me because I chose not to do it. I pretty much stayed on the bus in his t-shirt, and in between scenes, he would come back and forth on the bus until he finished shooting. We exchanged phone numbers, and he told me to go straight to the car and go straight home.
When I first introduced my niece to Robert, it was at 12 years old. I asked my sister and my brother to bring her down to the studio to meet him. She was a rapper. She was a dope rapper too. Like, she was Bow Wow status. Bow Wow was the shit back then. She was that status. I wanted him to do what he's doing for me, for her. Because, like, I saw that hunger, I saw that drive, I saw that wanting to be bigger than life. She was that, she was told that, and he saw it too. Initially, my niece would come down to the studio with me. She wanted to see the ins and outs of how I was working, just be around the vibe. She would sit on the couch. I would go to the booth, do my thing, and I would take my eyes off.
there were a couple times that I came to the studio while I was still under Rockland, that my niece would be in the studio. And I'd walk in like, what you doing here? Who's here with you? She's like, oh, I gotta drop out. Robert's having a Christmas party or some type of party, and it's gonna be a lot of kids, so we're all gonna stay, you know, at his house and, you know, have games. And so then I was just like, okay. I was pissed when I saw her in the studio by herself. My parents were strict. We couldn't stay over or be around nobody's house. We could spend the night at nobody's house if they had boys. You just let Robert pay supervise? Okay. I thought I left my niece in good hands, but being a grown man, hanging out with young girls, it just felt like I just shouldn't have introduced them. Something right. I actually waited about a month before I called him. He was pretty blunt when we get to Chicago. I told my mother the truth about where I wanted to go and who I was going to see. I think she knew that she really couldn't keep me from going because I already had made my mind up that I was going. It just went from first visit, me going back home, the second visit, it's pretty much where I just didn't end up leaving. I just was staying. The beginning sex happened at the studio a lot. In the studio, he had bedrooms, so we didn't really have to go anywhere. It was pretty exciting for a young girl.
Chicago's actually a really big place. There's a bedroom in the middle of Studio A, the big room, where Rob had built basically inside his bed. You know, we were like, wow, I thought that was quite strange.
I felt special. I actually thought that I was his girlfriend. You know, I was living up there at that point. We were together all the time. You know, I didn't really even question that we weren't. Life in the studio was kind of boring for the most part. We didn't have much interaction other than, well, I didn't have much interaction with anyone other than Robert. At that time, I didn't know what Robert was. But later on, I realized it was just, you know, the people that work at the studio and they pretty much like run errands. My mom would call the studio. The runners would actually let Robert know that I had a phone call, and then he would let them know to transfer the call to me. I do know that there were times where when she would get through and she'd be upset and saying she couldn't contact me and things like that. So it very well could have been times where she was calling and they weren't allowed to put me through. One time, one of his friends came to the studio and he's speaking to everyone and just a normal reaction, you speak back. Rob would get upset and say, you're not supposed to speak to them, don't speak to anybody, just look straight forward. They speak to you, you don't say anything. Pretty early on, he kind of introduced you to everything that he was into. It was instructed to call him Granny during sex, but it went from that to pretty much all the time he began. The first time Robert had me do a sexual act with him, and first time he wanted to do it with me. He would say things like, you know, if you love me, you won't try to change me. You know, if you love me, accept me how I am. You know, if you love me, you'll do these things for me. So those would be the little pep talks he'd give me. Robert would film our sex acts sometimes. He would never ask me if it was okay to use, but he never hit the camera or anything like that. Once we did the threesome, it became more frequent. Then he started introducing me to other young women. time that sticks out the most in my head, we had went to an awards show, and I had a great day. It had got us pretty down. It was just me and him. It made me feel special. When we got back to the house, this young girl was there, and he called her down. He told me that she was 16 and she was a neighbor. Because the way he had put it was kind of like he was trying something different, like was including her. We all went into the gym, and he had the Space Jam stuff on the wall. And he pulled a futon mattress out of one of the rooms, and he brought it up there and laid it out. Put up his camera and struck up. And I started crying, and we started sex. I didn't want to do it. And he got upset. And he was like, when am I going to do this? He's like, I can't watch this. But you want to hear crying. He didn't care if I was crying. He was upset because he couldn't watch it because I was crying. He's coaching us through the whole thing. He's telling me immediately right now he's having us perform oral on each other. He starts to have intercourse with both of us. She seemed to be like, how things went without him really telling her to do anything. He was more instructing me, and I kind of felt like they'd been there before doing this, and once everything's done, she gets up and goes into the bathroom, and she stays there until we're gone. But that wasn't the only place that we had sex with the young girl. They also in like trailers going to video shoots. The other times in the Colorado room, which is the wood room and the basement. He did take us there as well. It took a while for me to get to the point where I really realized it wasn't just me that was young that he liked. It wasn't a mistake for me. It took a while for me to just really think to myself and figure out, what this man really has a problem. Like it's bigger than me and he has a problem.
There are two ways that an artist can hide in plain sight. One is to veil your bad behavior in good works, good music, music that is uplifting and transcendent. These are the artists who, when we hear that they say we're involved in domestic violence, for example, or predatory behavior, where we foreground, we can't believe it. R. Kelly did allude to that with his inspirational songs and his kind of gospel side. The other way to hide in plain sight is to create outrageous art in which you are embodying the very stereotype that your private life seems to fulfill. R. Kelly did this with extremely obscene songs about explicit sex acts that also used humor and outrageous metaphors. R. Kelly also did this in his performances, which were increasingly pornographic. So R. Kelly created and occupied a position of outrageousness that masked everything that's happening behind the scenes.
We went to the studio, and he had her parents in the studio, and he would actually pretend as if he cared that she was young. It surprised me because I knew that he was having sex with her, but he would put up his front for her parents. He knows that he's sleeping with this young girl. Him and I both were actually having sex with her. But I didn't know at the time that she was actually 14. I didn't know that side of him. Why? Her parents. So you get them to trust him with their child. 2 years later, we were headed to one of his video shoots, and he actually had other females that he was cool with or had a sexual relationship with. The only time he would want you to communicate with them would be during the sexual act. Other than that, you don't speak to each other, you act like each other having sex. but I sparked up a conversation, even though I wasn't supposed to. She said something about getting a car. And I asked her, she said when she turned 16, she's gonna get a car. And I asked her, aren't you already 16? Aren't you not 16? And she said, no, I'm 15. I'm about to be 16. It rang a bell in my head at that moment. It made me feel like sick to my stomach. It made me feel disgusted. Because all the sexual encounters were before I found that she was working. It's impossible. You know? I've never introduced her to him. How dare you? How dare you?
One day, and now this video was knocked off the park.
I was sickened by what I saw.
A lot of people saw it. They circulated in the streets.
I came across the one with me and the 14-year-old. My niece has the same hairstyle she had when she turned 14. That was her, for sure. And that was him. Definitely.
Various sexual acts, including urination, oral sex.
They have to do it, etc. I took it, and he never noticed it was on. I just didn't know that it was a point in time.
They were talking. They're talking. I'm killing me.
I've never introduced her to him. I should have never introduced her to this. How dare you? How dare you? When I figured out that I had sex with like 14-year-olds, it made me feel betrayed because he lied to me. He told me she was 60 English, would have been close to my age. And it also made me question his motives. And the fact that he lied about her age to me told me that he obviously knew that wasn't okay for her to be younger. It made me feel like sick to my stomach. It made me feel disgusted. I mean, my daughter is older than she is now. We didn't have sex with her anymore after. I found out that she was that much younger. We had sex in his home twice. I didn't see his wife at the house, but there was a situation between me, him, and the woman where he did tell me that his wife was upstairs when we were in, I call it the Colorado room, probably where the infamous sex tape was filmed. That room, we were down there. One time he did tell me that she was upstairs.
The girls that were seeing the other side. Did you notice them? Do you know how really young stuff? No, he never brought anything around me. He was never abusive to anybody in front of me. He was never a person that, you know, like, hey, y'all see that in the person next door, that's right or something. I mean, we have to be realistic about the storyline too. Seeing some shit like that, we really are not gonna be together because you're showing me up front who your monster is. So I think that he strategically did what he did with me. He kept it away from me for a reason. It's like sometimes I often wish I would have just known up front. I really do. I wish that I would have been able to see the fullness of the monster I was dealing with, because it probably would have saved me years and years of pain. It would have saved me years of abuse. It would have saved me years of being alienated from my family if I just would have known upfront what the hell I did.
When we first started having sex, Rob was behind the counter, and he pretty much would talk us through the motions. He would never ask me if it was okay to be filmed, but he never hit the camera or anything like that. He would just pull out his tripod and his camera, and he had the whole thing, the lighting. He set it up, and he liked to have control of the situation because he would tell you what to do anyways when you were having sex. When you would put the camera up, you just say, make sure it's sitting properly for the camera, for whatever angle. And when he done filming, he just put it in his bag. It was 2000, around the same time when I did the Eilish video with him. I was in the studio. I was in the room, and he left the bag in the room with me. And I just happened to open the bag up, and I started popping the tapes in to see what was on them. It was just a whole bunch of different tapes of him having sex with different young girls, I guess, in the room. But I came across the one with me and the 14-year-old. I watched it, and as I fast forwarded, I see other scenes with just him and her, without me. Her face, her chest, just wherever it was going, was just as if she was a toilet, it was just peeing, just letting it go wherever. I thought it was gross and weird and belittling.
In regards to the tapes, Robert taping himself, he's always did that. Robert recorded everything. I mean, I've gotten takes his sexual encounters, and he watched his own movies.
Abusers often want trophies from their criminal acts. So people will take things and be able to place memories and place maybe the sexual feelings on trophies that they've taken. And it's powerful. You get to actively replay the act. And when that's not enough, then you make another tape. When I saw it, it upset me. And I didn't want him to have a relationship with the same thing because I was on it. And I took it and kept it on me. And when I got a chance to go back to my hotel room, I left it at my hotel. And he never noticed it was gone. I actually didn't hold on to the tape that long at all because I was afraid that he would find out that I had it. I had befriended a few of his other artists, and I actually asked one of them if they could hold the tape for me.
For the first time we were in Detroit, we came to me and told me about the videos. They said, man, you gotta help me, man. We gotta play, man. These videos, man, I can't stop taping myself, man. And so he's right.
I was privy and shown videos. Wow, I was still enjoying him, around. Yes. I never saw the Bags videos because I think I would have been like, oh, damn, when I was like one. But yes, I did see several videos.
I know what was ahead with those tapes for Robert. And he used to come to me and he used to talk to me about that. I said, man, this is gonna get me in trouble, man. I can't seem to stop. These are some destroyed me.
My name is Anthony Pouch. I was the legal affairs reporter at the Chicago Sun-Times. Robert Jim Giordano got the facts laying out that there was a relationship going on with R. Kelly with the underage girl. Jim's the one who really heard about the dynamic that was going on, in which people in R. Kelly's own circle were saying that there was an issue where he was just hanging out with young girls. And Jim had gotten word that some of these young women had actually filed suit against him. They approached me as a legal affairs reporter, can we check this out? And, I went and started pulling lawsuits, and sure enough, there were some. And they generally settled out of court. But the allegations were pretty explosive.
We started uncovering series of lawsuits that had been filed and settlements that had been reached with young women that claimed that they had sex with R. Kelly when they were underage.
Our first story ran December 21st, 2000. And said that R. Kelly had been sued by all these girls. The suits all added together seemed to show a pattern of behavior and going after very young girls in sexual relationships. Immediately after our story ran, we started getting calls. Other girls who said this is happening to him, girls who said they had no friends, and we did all the interviews with as many of them as we could. A lot of them were very reluctant and shy, and a lot of times they wouldn't want to have their names used or even have their full stories appear. These confidential settlements, if the girls go public, they lose settlements and pay back. So there's a limit to how much more we're going to get from people that aren't involved in these sort of suits.
These are 5, 6-figure settlements. And so there we see the beginning of an ecosystem, right? Like there's a system of protecting R. Kelly from accountability.
They said they were minors. You settled out. In this country, many people will assume that means you were guilty. Why'd you settle?
I really can't go into detail about that particular thing because when I filed a lawsuit, of course I signed a piece of paper saying I couldn't discuss.
So there's a confidentiality agreement after this time.
Exactly.
The idea that R. Kelly was using non-disclosure agreements to keep these young girls and their families quiet. That means that he is cognizant of the kind of thing that he's doing and he's trying to protect himself on the front end. And I think this is the thing that makes him to be more of a predator.
You can get people to sign NDAs, we can make people go away with the check, we don't have to do this in court in front of the cameras and in front of, the paparazzi and the tabloids. We can make these things go away.
His camp was very unhappy and pushed back hard and said it was all false. But they couldn't point to any part of the story that was actually false because it was all taken from court documents.
At this point, there were tapes floating around. I didn't want sex tape with me floating around the internet or on TV or anything. So the only thing I could think of doing at that point would be to see if Rob could figure out a way to get the tape back. I actually ended up contacting Rob and told him that I had took the tape. He flew me back up to Chicago. I told him that they probably wouldn't just give it back to me, that they probably need something or whatever to get it back. And so he arranged for them to be paid to get him back his tape. He had been taken by the second test for one of the guys and me. And I passed, and the guy did not because he was lying. He said that he didn't make any copies, and he actually did. So he ended up giving me like a little payment for that copy, and he said, "You bring the rest back, you'll get, the rest of the money." Rob said 250,000 was what it was going to be. He actually gave the money to his accountant. He ended up getting the tape for Rob on the last visit that I went up there. I just didn't know that it was a point in time. Not killing me.
we started doing the stories, and we heard that there was videotapes out there of R. Kelly with the underage girls. And we let them know that we'd be happy to, get those tapes if they could assist in our reporting. One day, an anonymous video was dropped off in Jim's mailbox. So this appeared to be R. Kelly engaging in sex with an underage girl.
Songs are really burning. Ears are really burning because they're like, did you hear about the sex tape? So that means everything else that we've been hearing, we knew it was true. That set everything off.
The newsroom was in an uproar. The editors had to make a decision whether or not this was so important that we could sit and view a tape and to basically pursue a story that literally was based in pornography, child pornography. So it was very easy to look at that videotape and believe that that was R. Kelly on the tape and that the girl was underage. She looked like a child. I gotta tell you, as a mother and as a grandmother and as a black woman, I was sickened by what I saw.
It contained very graphic, hardcore porn. I would just be blunt. Very sexual acts, including urination, oral sex, everything that you can do.
Then there just be denial after denial from people in the community who are Kelly. They just say, oh, it's so wrong, it's so wrong. These are people out to get R. Kelly. But, you can't, you just waited, you can't be intimidated out of these things. We didn't let our report go. We made it aware that there was a 14-year-old girl, his boy's daughter, he was having a sexual relationship with. At that time, we were doing the stories.
Chicago sometimes contacted me and wanted me to come down to their offices to view tapes that possibly had girls on it that I may have known. On the tape, my niece has the same hairstyle she had when she turned 14. That was her, for sure. And that was him, definitely.
My name is Brayden, and I was friends with the girl in the tape since 1997, junior high. We bonded over basketball. She and I were the star basketball players on our junior high team. We spent a lot of time together, both on and off the court. Her personality was vibrant, always happy, always having a great time, the life of the party. Just a really fun, wonderful person to be around.
Oak Park is a small town, so you get to know people quite well as a coach. I saw her play from junior high until she got on my team as a sophomore in high school. Her parents were very responsible, like any family in Oak Park over the force. Two parents worked to send their kids to the same school they went to, very supportive of their kids' activities by attending those events.
R. Kelly would come to some basketball games. I would see him in the stands. It almost seemed like a doting father when R. Kelly would see her.
It was just strange for me to see a grown man hanging out in a high school girls.
But you share things, but to see it this young, and for her to be so young, really, like, it's over with, but it's awesome, you know? And I hate the shit that happened. I've never introduced her to you. I should have never introduced her. How dare you? Dare you? Robert, like, I never thought he would do this shit to my family. I don't know how sometimes you have to take who rubbed it off, send it, who threw it. I have no idea. There was a money transaction from Robert to my niece in the beginning of this videotape. After the money transaction, then there was a transaction. If you understand what I'm saying. A sexual transaction. And I didn't need to see anymore because I knew it was him.
We were able to confirm that it wasn't her at the time that she was 14. R. Kelly and an underage girl having sex. Here we have evidence of a felony. Now, if you don't want to be coming out with prosecution, journalists are supposed to be separate apart from that. But if you find a body in the lobby of some times, you call the police. And we ultimately did.
There was a child who was being used by a grown man for sexual gratification, and obviously no one cared. People knew what was going on at his residence. They probably saw this girl in and out, but proving that was a different thing.
It was obvious she was young. It was on tape. Everybody saw it. It shows you how rich and powerful men can get away with a lot of things, but it also shows the power and balance between the abuser and the victim as well.
This tape, this woman has come out with, you know, instead of R. Kelly did it, and there's been people trying to, you know, say this and say that coming out from the woodwork, you know, just trying to get paid. And a lot of miles of people that people are saying I am, and if people out there have a tape from me, if they're saying it's really a young girl or minor, then they're sadly mistaken or they're lying.
In his mind, I think he believes some of his own sick lies, and I hate it. He has no level of personal accountability as it relates to his poor case.
His attempt to say it wasn't him is ridiculous. At one point, he's having sex with a woman, and somebody is yelling from another room, you know, oh, Kels, pick up the phone. It's phone for you. And like yelling his name.
Eventually, bootleg copies of the tape started showing up around the country. People were watching it in clubs.
This tape was duplicated and it was up for sale all over the South Side. So you could drive up to one of these outdoor flea markets and get a tape of R. Kelly, allegedly R. Kelly, having sex with an underage girl.
This is before all that of sex tapes. And I think they came VHS. As a matter of fact, it was a VHS tape.
That tape was rushed to me from Chicago. And looking at this tape, I'm like, oh. Robert has a problem.
A lot of people saw it. It was circulated in the streets. There was like a bootleg going around. I don't remember what I was thinking at that time. I'm like, how many get away with this?
When I think about this grown man urinating in the mouth of a child and how degrading that is, when I first heard it, it just really concretized for me that this person is a monster.
The tape is incredibly graphic that makes it almost impossible, or should have been impossible, for people to pretend that they did not know that this person had a thing for little girls. It's strange. We have R. Kelly performing at the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. And at the same time, that there's this sex tape. So R. Kelly would be there, it speaks to how huge he was.
The story of sexual predation as an inconvenience in popular music is so old. It's been going on for decades, centuries. Nobody wants to give up the music they love, and nobody wants to think badly of the artists they love. And I think that happened with R. Kelly.
I was pissed. I'm like, who would do this? Not only was I pissed at Robert for filming this shit, I was pissed at the person who put this out because I'm like, look, it's a little girl on this tape. Why would y'all do that?
I was made aware by students that there was a tape, sex tape, basketball players with R. Kelly. And they were selling it on the west side of Chicago. My specialty was sex crimes against minors, Real Park Police Department. So I went to the west side, got a copy of the state, and actually saw it at the police station. It was just very disheartening and very sad. This was the first victim that I personally knew. And so it was very hard to experience this and to see it and felt that it's something I can learn about.
Watching the tape and just thinking about, if that were me or if that were my daughter, it just obviously tears me apart. I wouldn't want that to happen to any young lady who's still young, still figuring out life, just looking up to this person who's supposed to be somebody that you trust, and that trust obviously being taken complete advantage of.
When you found out about that tape, I'm sorry how you found out about it.
It doesn't matter how I turned out my visit, or past the visit, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Should that happen? But I love that baby. But she was fine. That was my baby. If they look to do that to her. It was 2000. I just turned 20 years old. I did missing my period, and I told Rob that I thought I was pregnant, and he asked me to, did I take a pregnancy test? I told him I did, and after that, he asked me to get another test, and we had to take that one in front of him, and I did that, and it came up positive, and he asked me what I want to do, and I told him to get an abortion. He contacted his assistant, and a week later, we went to Planned Parenthood, and I had my abortion. It kind of was like the only option to me because I didn't really want to have a kid by him. I was concerned if it would be a girl, what I would have to deal with. So I knew she'd get older at some point. There were things that I just had to think about in my mind. Okay, he did this with someone else's child. I mean, what would keep him from keeping that to mine?
What was he like as a father? Was he loving with your children?
I think Robert loved our children the best way he knew how. We didn't have a father figure in his life, so he really didn't know how to be a father. He just knew how to rely.
The thing about Andre Kelly and marrying her is that nobody saw her after that. It was like she was locked up on their estate, and she wasn't allowed out. There were stories about that even if she wanted to get her hair done or get her makeup done, the people had to come to her, but she was not allowed to come out. And so it was a real odd, strange situation. People were wondering, especially journalists, why in the midst of all these allegations of him having sex with underage girls, number one, why was she marrying him? And number two, was she really free to ever leave home? Was she a prisoner in her own home? That's what that relationship was all about. There was a lot of speculation about what was going on in the Kelly household.
I would always hear rumors about, oh, he's being accused by this person, accused by that person. And it almost seemed like every other week he was in the tabloids or something, another person coming forward. And I'm thinking to myself, like, when did you have time? Are there more? Like, do you have a doppelganger around here that I don't know about? Like, when did you have time to go to the studio, play basketball, come accuse me, be a dad when you wanted to? And
go destroy other people's lives and still be on the road shooting videos. Like, it was just, my mind couldn't fathom, like, how are you doing all this? And why didn't I know anything about it? And I think the frustration came because it became very real to me. The reason why you don't know, and he's able to do it because he has people helping him.
He had to have backup in order to continue this level of behavior. This predatory behavior was supported by the people around him in his camp. And also it points to me to the person who understands they're doing something wrong. Right? That you know that you're doing something wrong. You have to create systems to protect yourself from being exposed.
Just rather than just like,
There were times where she'd be checking into the same hotel as me at the same time. She might be with his publicist, and I'd be with his assistant. He kept us apart.
you have your team, you have your cover-up people, you have lawyers settling claims out of court. You're not trying to be funny. You don't read right well, but you're not booking flights. Who's booking these flights? Who's telling the driver to go pick people up? Who's getting these hotel rooms? He's not doing it on his own.
I tell you, I don't know if the music industry involved knew about what was going on with Rob, but I do know that around Rob's camp, everyone knew. And nothing was done. And when you have those type of people who are your guests and around you, it will continue to happen. And if it wasn't right, it was obviously buried so that the rest of the world didn't know about it.
That's the way it was. It was every day, the same routine, because he can have his way. We worked for him, and this is what he wanted, and so this is what we were supposed to give him.
And you're alone, who's around you, and you're aware, and you're not saying, you're just as sick as he is. Please understand. Doesn't make you any better because you're not doing it. If you're aware and you're not saying anything, you're just as sick.
You've had these relations with young girls. There's a video. We're not talking about rumors at this point. We're talking about something that we can watch to this day. So it feels like they're taking a stand against Black girls. It feels like they're taking a stance to say protecting Robert Kelly and his ability to make music and entertain fans means more than what he did in his private life with these little girls.
R. Kelly has done a really good job at sort of spreading himself around musically. So he's got these hypersexual songs like Bump and Grind, and then he's got these racial songs like I Believe I Can Fly. And I mean, you know, how can the guy who made I Believe I Can Fly, which is played on Sunday mornings in church, in many Black churches, how can that guy be wrong?
One young exec stated, I don't care if that is him on that tape, because we can't afford to lose him. I was like, wow, that's some serious shit. Can't afford to lose him, and you don't care if it is him on the tape with a young girl. I was like, that shows the type of person you are.
When someone like R. Kelly gets in trouble, there's this knee-jerk instinct to protect him from the system, from the hand of the law, from all these forces that are at play to make sure that Black people, Black men in particular, don't succeed. We have to stand by him. We have to take care of him. But his crimes were against Black women and girls. And that was devastating for me, because at this point, we already knew, but now we know some more. You know, that this Aaliyah thing was not a moment. This wasn't, oh my gosh, she was just so mature. I just fell down. There was just something about her. It wasn't just those rumors about Kenwood. It's on tape. And it's disgusting. And the tape is being distributed in barbershops and on porn sites. And it's everywhere. And people are still not willing to say, I can't do this anymore.
I called my oldest brother, and I told him had seen the tape, and it showed our niece on it. You know, I didn't want to bring it to my sister because I don't know how to bring this to her. I couldn't really keep my head in the game at this point. What mattered was me protecting my family or me protecting my niece. You know, that's all that mattered to me. I was estranged from the family. They felt like I was tarnishing the family's name. Tarnish family name, no. Robert tarnished the family's name by putting our niece, your daughter, out there like that.
It's out to destroy that family. That's what I believe in my heart. I believe he tried to divide that family with his poor behavior. Sparkle is my friend. She is my son's godmother. She has been and is like a mother to me. I've always been a little girl, and I will always be her little girl. And I watched my friend give up her career to save her family. Robert knows what he did. He's not confused about what he did.
Once I came out publicly, yeah, there was a lot of those. People were unbelieving. People thought I was hating. People thought I was jealous. People were still able to dismiss Sparkle because they felt like she was trying to get money.
What happened to Sparkle? It's like you are messing with the money, you are in violation, you are talking in return, and now we're going to shut you down.
We run the gamut of loaded and unloaded shit that people were saying about me about my family, you know, about my niece, her being a little fast girl, like, come on, she's 14 years old. The adult is supposed to know not to touch that.
I just remember being completely blown away for this to be happening, not only with the high profile person that you look up to and admire, but also somebody that you were very close with, and at the time thought everything was fine, and felt really upset because at the same time I'm like, well, why was I there for her? How did I not know? How could I have been there for her? Thinking all these things that I could have done. He has no moral compass, and I can only imagine what his wife and his children have been doing and did. I can only imagine. I know what I've seen. I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
You also have a family. How are they dealing with this? You have two children.
But my wife is so deep behind because she knows the truth and she's in my corner.
They be on the bus in the middle of the night. Did not tell me why we're going, what we're going for. He shipped me off the floor that I'm just staying in this house. I don't know what's going on. I got security at the door. Nobody's telling me anything. Like, why are we here? Why did we leave Illinois? I'm pregnant. I'm supposed to be going to the doctor at least once a week at this point. I should not be traveling. What is going on? No one will tell me anything. I was just broken.
Behind the scenes, the allegations that come, it was known this tape was there prior. It was obviously buried so that the rest of the world didn't know about it until this tape and those allegations found
They be on the bus in the middle of the night. Did not tell me why we're going, what we're going for. He shipped me off the floor that I'm just staying in this house. I don't know what's going on. I got security at the door. Nobody's telling me anything. Like, why are we here? Why did we leave Illinois? I'm pregnant. I'm supposed to be going to the doctor at least once a week at this point. I should not be traveling. What is going on? No one will tell me anything. I was under so much stress that when I went to the OBGYN, we couldn't find his heartbeat. And I remember getting to the emergency room with my best friend, and she was with me, and I just remember coming through the door, and they had papers and signed it, and they were grabbing me and putting stuff in my heart, and I'm like, wait, like, what are you guys doing? They're like, we have to use your labor right away, because we don't know if the baby's gonna be. I just remember the baby on the bed.
talk to the kids, my mom. And I went to the lab and I just remember falling so in love with the Rob because he came here so strong. When I was in that much stress, that he put my child's life in jeopardy. Because here I am, by myself, in Florida, I don't know anybody. I just have my best friend. And they eventually let me and had to go through 10 people to get on the phone. Mr. Kelly, do you know that they induced your wife's labor? Like she just had Blue Rock. Say he's coming back. And yet I don't know where he is. And I remember after happening, that's when that day happened.
Mr. Kelly has been indicted. There's been a warrant issued for his arrest, and the Chicago Police Department is currently seeking to arrest Mr. Kelly. We charge that the acts took place in Kelly's home in Chicago. These indictments hopefully will send a message to sexual predators that taking advantage of minors will not be tolerated and that there are severe penalties.
Honestly, exactly that it comes across the screen. It's like, aren't these things are our children have been arrested for child pornography? I just remember my best friend was with me. And she said she don't know what happened, but my body didn't hit. She said she called for the rock before he hit the floor. I remember like a buzzing. It almost felt like I couldn't hear. And I saw the screen and they showed his name, please. I didn't remember a lot after that.
Initially, I met R. Kelly by going to his trap, and then when I was 14, and I was like on the fence, and I wanted to know, like, did he really do what everyone said he did?
Here is a man who is going on trial for having sex with an underage girl, and yet you have women not supporting the victim, but supporting the guy who's going on trial.
I screamed at the top of my lungs. What is wrong with this person?
His poor decisions have ruined so many women. He destroyed my family. When we first started having sex, Rob was behind the camera, and I started popping the tapes in to see what was one of them. But I came across the one with me and the 14-year-old.
Bootleg copies of tapes are showing up around the country.
This is the one that makes it almost impossible for people to pretend that they did not know that this person had a thing for little girls.
Chicago sometimes contacted me to view tapes that possibly had girls on it that I didn't know. That was my niece, for sure. And that was him.
Police are investigating a video allegedly showing the R&B singer having sex with a 14-year-old girl.
The Chicago Police Department is currently seeking to arrest Mr. Kelly.
Radio station WTMG Magic 101.3 and WKZY Light Rock 106.9 will illuminate in all airplay of Kelly's songs.
R. Kelly is arrested on the Chicago charges. The charges they filed against him were not statutory rape charges. They filed child pornography charges. It's the same penalties, but it's easier to prove if you cannot
And it had a specific date. There was no date on the tape. He also did, he had to face the charges in Chicago court. He got guilty and posted bail and he's released.
After R. Kelly pleads not guilty, he goes straight to a Southside church. He goes straight to an event where he is admired by young children. Here he is being prosecuted for allegedly having sex with an underage girl, and ministers, civil rights leaders in the city of Chicago wanted to play up the side of him that did the I didn't like stuff, and not the side of him with the raunchy lyrics that kind of went along with possibly having sex with an underage girl. And it really speaks to the duplicity of R. Kelly.
Kelly posted bail, and was allowed to continue to, travel during the legal fight that he was facing. There's no surprise that he continued business as usual every day.
During that time, I was believing him. When he said it wasn't him, that was the story. And I believed it wasn't him because I had never seen the thing. However, there were some people who were around that actually seen the girl who they would say, well, she was around and even when the trial was going on, we still had her around. But those stories just started to come out until they, people in the camp started to talk about it.
About a year later, R. Kelly was arrested on 21 counts. He was arrested again. He was in Miami and has some additional foreign charges.
We see for that time cameras and 12 digital photos, which we believe to be child pornography.
You understand? I didn't mean to say yeah, and maybe you did that.
I remember being at my brother and sister-in-law's house, and the detectives showing us stills was a pretty sight. They showed my niece, Robert, and another young lady intertwined. And I screamed at the top of my lungs, what is going on? What is going on? What is wrong with this person?
Unfortunately, the judge down in Florida concluded that the police did not have appropriate reason to search the area where they found the materials in the camera. So tossed out that evidence, but then the Florida case was actually dropped.
In the middle of all of these allegations, R. Kelly's just dropping big song he released, Ignition, the remix. It deterred us away from all the allegations and our focusing on this music.
After that video came out, the commission of you still have the record that you still alive, and they did.
Kelly was up to nothing in terms of fan support. In terms of the many thousands of men and women who continue to support their R&B movement.
The album was still selling because the community, for all the different purposes, was still supporting him.
And then came Jungle Family, which debuted at number 1 on the Billboard chart.
R. Kelly Ross, the most undeniable hit of his career, at exactly the same moment he's on trial for these unfathomable crimes.
And then it came to Stephanie Memoir.
I know that somebody's working tonight.
When R. Kelly released Seven Name of Love, it's one of the tradition of Black family. We have these songs that become songs that anthem-like in the Black community. It's the song that she danced to at weddings, family reunions. They gave him another layup
we must not be more than a success story or even own story. I think that, again, largely in the Black community, he was not thought of as guilty, even though evidence was there.
Nobody's gonna stop this train, you can't stop me, I'm still out of jail, I'm free as a bird, so I'm gonna make this music, I'm gonna get it out, and I'm gonna prove that you guys love me so much that no matter what I do, you're still going to praise me. And that's kind of like what it felt like.
You never really knew what to believe, but you knew that you, in a way, felt sorry for his wife.
Anna's mother called me. She was concerned about not hearing from my daughter.
That was very dark for her, very rough. Not knowing what the outcome could be.
He denied it for a long time. Kid, is that what you think? You're lying for me. Somebody set me up. I finally realized it doesn't mean that. He came first. I had small children. They were already dealing with their father in the news, having a court case that deals with pedophilia and children. And I'm going out about it. And climbing up on the ledge. Like, now I keep thinking of it. I can't do this anymore. Being taken into a place that was going to be about me. So I just prayed and got off the car. And so this thing is on the top. And I went to the next show, the next class where the top line. And there's 17 questions. There was only 2 things on that list that Robert had done to me. And that's when it became real to me. It is real.
We often look at women and we blame using part of usually part of usually walk out, but it's not that simple. There are psychological blocks that an individual has that have been fed throughout the whole situation that stops them from leaving.
It takes about 7 tries for one to successfully leave our abusive circle. That statistic tells us how difficult it is often to pull away from these relationships. Days that I met this girl, I was like any other one, running in the middle of the night, $2,500, go back, my 3 days, and nothing. Yeah, no, where you go? The 3 days, no money. That I would rather die, knowing that I tried to get away from him, than to die right here in my house, because I didn't have the courage to leave. Robert, you know what you did? We got a term on this problem to my kids' life. You just go to prison. Birthdays, graduation. It's because of you, Robert, that my children were told they can't look at the worst thing. Because you're being sick. You can deny all you want to. And for that, you can go to hell.
The time that they came out, R. Kelly was the biggest artist in R&B, arguably the biggest artist in the recording industry at that time, in terms of actual record sales.
I can't remember any artist speaking out against murder when I was a kid. It made me feel like I didn't want to be a part of this industry that I had grown to love.
This is an industry where anything goes. And before you know, you will all suck in. At what cost? At what cost?
It would have been a difficult decision, right? Because when we go to the chairman and say, should we keep R. Kelly? And he's like, well, let's generate. And he's like, well, yeah, but you're close to him, people in the industry, he's a quantum money. There's a radio station being created, the concert video being money, and because the thing dragged on, and it's taking out of time, it gave him freedom to rebuild a lot of relationships.
And so then he does this weird little closet stuff.
If he had done time to the closet, I think his career would have been really from a lot earlier. But a lot of his music did start in the telephone. The whole thing about a man is that he deal with whoever they really are and be constantly surprised with how debased they are, how debased the world is.
I think at some point you probably figured out that playing saxophone was the way that he could continue to avoid absolute condemnation for what he might have been doing behind the scenes.
He wasn't as much a guilty pleasure, I think, for audiences at this point. He was like a bad boy, like an anti-hero. You know, like you know that he's good. The accusations are now part of culture as much as he is. He at this point has stayed engaged with them. You know, these guys are so we've seen the child marketing for them doing that.
You there, what are you? Why the thing R. Kelly says?
If I started peeing on you right now, would you A, smiling out from walk or B, move the hell out of the way?
We're supposed to be urinating on somebody. That's the punchline. That's the joke.
As the years go by, there's never any trial date set for the original charges. And we're wondering, why it's taking so long? This has never happened in a case. It has gone on for year after year after year. It's in R. Kelly's interest to have this delay as long as possible. He'd much rather have a 21-year-old throw on the stand than a 14-year-old on the stand. The right to speedy trial, the U.S. Constitution is sort of a right guaranteed to the defendant. So if the defendant thinks things are dragging too long, the defendant can say, hey, we have a right to speedy trial, we have to trial within 60 days. R. Kelly never did finish.
Rob's team put it off for all those years, because if it wasn't fresh in people's minds, they wouldn't really be concerned with what was going on.
The long-delayed child pornography trial begins. Kelly is accused of videotaping himself having sex with an underage girl sometime between January 1988 and November 2000. Kelly's defense team contends it is not Kelly on the tape.
I was gonna say, now we can leave him alone, that's not our cat.
One of the things that was laughable with Robert trying to confess his innocence was that was his brother Gary on the tape. He definitely was not a red rubber. You could tell them apart. That was laughable to me because I'm like, really? You gonna throw your brother away now?
It seems sort of like a Hitler attack, trying to say it could be just brought there on tape.
He never said it out of his mouth, but it's liquid capable. So I have to speak out to defend myself, my child. And so I did.
If you just turn over radio to Harry Kelly, R. Kelly's younger brother, you did a body double for your big brother Robert, and your body's calling, and things kind of turned a little ugly when this whole child molestation thing came into play. People were trying to say it was you.
His attorney said that it was me and him. They don't think argument. He done came forth and said, hey, you know what's out here, it's not true.
I'm not a child molester, but it definitely wasn't like Booker in that video.
And when my kids started getting sent to school, I had 15-year-old girl. I spoke to my 15-year-old and made police requests off of mine. She was interfering with my father. That's it.
So tell me what you saw on the tape with these 12-year-old girls. Why didn't you say that they're 12?
Well, because he was interviewing with my face.
So the girls on your interview, while you're saying your real name with the 12-year-old, you didn't say so like that. Do you think your mother's going to do jail time? Or do you think he's going to kill him?
My opinion is this. What's better than
shall come to the light. And everybody on this earth gotta pay for what they've done. Even if you don't do jail time, you still gotta pay for what you've done.
So I spoke out and say, hey, that's not me, that's not me. You know, I have nothing to do with that. I'm pretty further and said other things that I had no knowledge of. I was just saying things that actually hurt him, to be honest. I was saying things that I heard other people say. He's a pedophile. He has molested girls. So I was saying that because that's what I heard. I never saw it.
Robert simply asked Jerry to tell the truth. He was deposition with his attorney that the things that he was saying was not true. And he said, if you do this deposition with my attorneys, I will give you $100,000 and a one-record contract deal. I never understand that this whole problem. You could have been rich. I never understand that.
Most of them African Americans, they lined up to shoot the R. Kelly. He's not guilty at all. They just want to break him down and kill his image. Not support for the victim. Not support for the young girl. No matter she was on the team. And that was shocking for me.
There were young girls who were at the courthouse every single day for the trial. They were fans, but somehow they got to talk together.
My name is Sharonda Kate. I'm from Chicago. When I started going to the Roberts trial, I was 14 years old. I was a freshman in high school. My mom, she was like that working single mom, so it was very easy for me to skip school and go to this trial and have my mom like get kind of cool with it. I was still I was this trial because I was a super fan at the time, and the fact that it was a trial that was open to the public, I was excited to go. I got the chance to engage in conversation with him. So I would just say, hey, good morning, he would speak back, and I would tell him, you know, keep his head up. Same thing that I would say outside the courthouse, and he would always thank me for my support.
And his eyes are always fixated on these young girls. So he would look and he would do like a smile with his mouth, like, oh, okay, I'm seeing. And it just made us, you know, run more and talk more like, you're on trial for this. And you're allowing yourself to be enamored by young girls. I mean, it was just, I would want to say that we were surprised, but we weren't. It was mind-boggling.
A former music protege of Johnny, Sparkle has publicly declared that the girl in the video is her young niece.
I felt partially responsible because I introduced my family to him. And it felt like it happened on the flash. Robert Singleton was basically trying to say that, you know, I got money, I was there. They offered me upwards 6 figures, high 6 figures, for me and Robert to have to sit down along with Amanda and say that I was honored. Okay, we're cool. I got it. I didn't take the money because I can't be bought. I'm standing for my family.
That is made black service for the atmosphere in the program. So, we also understood we had to watch the management, the natural basic evidence in this case.
prosecution, their entire case was attacked.
That happened a lot. Put it on the spread. You say, we're in 50-50 basis, what's in powerful number? She's very obviously a feedback to help. Maybe no price.
During testimony today in the child pornography trial of singer R. Kelly, witness after witness identified those on that now infamous sex tape as the alleged victim painted R. Kelly.
So the prosecution and quoting witnesses.
I just remember being terrified when I was called for witness stand, but here's this person who I was great friends with, who's a great person, all this was happening to her now, and I was trying to help the case by giving any specific details that I thought might really, seal the deal and make sure that he was found guilty. They played the tape because they wanted to be kind of fresh in my memory. And I remember once again just kind of maybe halfway through the whole thing and just looking at.
I testified in this trial because I coached her, I knew her parents, I knew everything about her, I could describe her, I picked her out, seen us on the video. But when I had a chance to speak with the mother, she said that's not her daughter. Her parents denied that this happened. It could be embarrassment. There's a lot of variables in that. To this day, I can't put it in one. But I believe it's a combination of things that just helps out the team.
I recognized the 14-year-old's body because I had sex with her and Robert. So, there was no doubt in my mind that it was her body. I mean, we've done oral on each other. And I mean, I touched her breast, but, looked at, the part. So there was no doubt in my mind that it was her. When I came forward, it was important for me to stand up and tell the truth during the trial and be a witness for the prosecution in the trial. I did have to make eye contact with Robert because they wanted us to identify him as the defendant. I had to sit up a little bit to see him because he was slumped down in the chair. And when I did that, he looked at me, but then put his head down. And I was like, yeah, that's him right there. That's him. My oldest brother did get on the stand, and he said that it wasn't her. It wasn't my niece on the tape. I don't know what my family was thinking. Like I said, we were estranged. For 10 years, I didn't speak to my family because of this shit. It's crazy.
The case against R. Kelly is complicated by the fact that there is no accuser. Like Kelly, the girl alleged to be on the tape says it wasn't me.
Think about that. You can't stand your child being in that situation. I would do anything to protect my child and to keep my child safe. For all I know, she really wanted to just let him know for it. No. And I thought it would be cool because, my faith and I know it's something I need to stand for because something did wrong and that's all I knew when I was trying to, keep him from doing it ever again. I just want to know why. At the end of the day, he could see that I'm doing this is protecting these innocent young girls that are still trying to figure out themselves, still trying to figure out relationships, and taking full advantage of that. I will never understand that. It's breaking.
one time all these things that will get there again.
It's been 6 years in the making, and the time has finally come.
At the end of the case, I believe, from watching closing arguments, and talking to our prosecutors, that they presented a good case, they've gone in, and as well as could be expected, there were issues, and it was up to the jury to decide those issues.
Before the verdict came down, I saw Sam and Virginia were taking Several Kelly and taking the same. We were looking at we did. The mood in the room was very much that he was about to be the then man.
When the verdict came down for our first trial, I was trying to read the judge's face, and you couldn't read it.
Everyone in the courtroom thought he was going to be killed.
Rob was very scared of going to jail.
They announced the verdict.
When they said not guilty, every reporter's face was like, not guilty.
Elvis says, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus. Kelly's lawyers are ecstatic. They're hugging our Kelly, who's fine. They seem to be almost taken by surprise.
I had to say one word, wow.
I don't know if race played a part in this trial or not, but if it were white children that were being molested by a black man in this case, I'm sure Bob would have gone to jail very soon. When he left home this morning, our family had no idea when he'd be back. His fate was in the hands of jurors who could have sent him to prison for years. Instead, tonight, they set him free.
The women that came out of there said, I was in a very good relationship with him. He did this, he did that.
I just didn't believe it. I know it comes from the way they dress, the way they act, I didn't like them. And also for them, I disregard the body.
Okay. Good.
Felt wonderful. When they said not guilty, that's how I felt. Wonderful.
I think that Robert wasn't convicted because money and Sister Mother didn't come forward. Regarding criminal cases, if there is no willing participant, then really there is no case. I really don't know if my family's case. I know the family is still hanging out. My brother-in-law is still playing guitar, a lot of his songs. And that's what it is.
After R. Kelly got off trial, there was a conversation at BT that we should interview him, and I was the guy who's going to do the interview. We were in a fancy Chicago hotel suite. He came with his crisis manager. He was very nervous before we started, and was saying hi to him before we started. Clearly, he was a big moment. I asked him, "When do you like underage girls?" His crisis manager stood up and ran into the shot. "No, you can't ask him that. You can't ask him that." And so he said, "No, I was lying." Let me ask you something real that millions of Americans are thinking about. Do you like teenage girls?
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
Girls who are teenagers,
19?
19 and younger.
I have some 19 very soon. So I don't like anybody illegal with that on that of age.
This is the first easy, obvious, simple softball question. Do you like teenage girls? Just got off a child pornography trial. Obviously, you're going to say no, and then you go harder, and then something harder. And I'm thinking, don't let him see that he's made a huge mistake. Like that he's just his face and the question seemed like, I love this stuff. I assumed that would get cut out. And when it finally aired, I was like,
I feel sorry for his wife because now she's embroiled in everything.
she's affectionate legally. He abuses me, I'm so bad to the point. I'm not good enough. If you look at my order of protection and understand order, it was actually the judge that talked me out and wrote in kids to have no contact with the children. After the divorce, we were quick to that judgment, they have no idea. But I just think, you think I'm living this great life, I'm at foreclosure on my house. Why? Not to stop paying child support as a way to punish me. So people think that I'm living this great lavish life, but they don't understand. I've got lawyers going back and forth to court. I'm trying to get you with an arrest warrant because you're not paying child support, which is criminal by law. I'm dealing with all of this, and people just say, oh, you know, to come forward now because the checks have been tackled. The checks have been open for a very long time. They have nothing to do with it. I have 3 functions that I have to think about before I can come forward. That's a lot for my children to deal with. I had to make sure my children were okay before I could come forward. I had to make sure emotionally they were where they could handle it.
I was his child because I was a superintendent at the time. I didn't believe he was guilty and I didn't want to believe he was guilty. I was a freshman in high school. It was fully criminal, but I fell in love with his music. After I was a child, his friend sent me a message and invited me to the Art Club Park. In the middle of me texting him back, he actually called my phone. And he was telling me how I remember you. And I said, well, what do you remember me from? He said, you came to my child. Thank you for your support. I was shocked. I felt like I was on top of the world. Having a music star, what R. Kelly pay attention to you would be phenomenal to make you feel very special. She is a lifelong fan, someone who, even though she's sitting through the trial, looking at the images, she still doesn't want to believe it because in her mind, and you're so young, this is the person that spoke to her for Jesus. He invited me back to his mansion on YouTube, and he told me to bring her baby. By this time, it was like a little bit after my 16th birthday. I did learn about my kids and something when I was 19.
What we know about teenagers is that they're long-term planning that part of their brain hasn't developed yet. They get excited and rush at things, but they don't necessarily have the brain capacity. So that's the insert an adult that has various motivations, and that person can use all of those things to his advantage.
They don't let anybody know where you're going. And he said, and from now on, when you talk to me, you're going to call me Daddy. And I said, okay. And he said, okay, what? And I said, okay, Daddy. And then I was home. And looking back on it, I was like, I invited me to his house. I was 16 years old. I was excited. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so unreal. I didn't tell anyone I was going to his house. It was like a little secret. He was getting ready for a pre-listening party for his album Untitled. He was talking back and forth, and he talked about them molesting him. He told me he was molested by an older guy in his age. And one of the female mates was watching the sexual abuse with him as well. And I felt like we had a connection because I told him I was sexually abused when I was 4, when I was 6, and when I was 8 years old.
Women who have histories of child sexual abuse are more likely to be victimized as adults. She can have trouble asserting herself, advocating for herself. And so for somebody who is targeting potential victims, that's going to be an attractive target to them.
I felt like, wow, so I'm not the only one, I'm not alone with the whole sexual abuse case. And I felt like I was confiding in you, and I felt like I was confiding in him as well.
I hear of a perpetrator or someone who's opening up about their sexual abuse, like two things pop up. Number one, the individual is really looking for someone to talk to about this. Option two is I'm going to use this story as a way of manipulating and getting people to come closer to me. Hey, look at my pain, identify with it, feel for me, allow me to project my aggressive behavior.
At Roxy Mansion, he had a jungle themed pool, and he actually called it the Safari Pool. We had a nice slide, and the water changed colors. It was blue, green, purple. He told me it was a bathroom and to change it to my suit. And when I came back out, I was just laying by the pool, and sure enough, he sat down, and he told me to get up and start walking. And he said, so I walked back and forth, and he was back and forth, and he said, okay, now when you walk up, I want you to remove a piece of your swimsuit. And I looked at him, and I said, you want me to take my swimsuit off? He said, yes, told me not to ask questions. He said, you do. I said, okay, well, this is my Kelly, and he told me to take my swimsuit off, so that's what I'm going to do. So I walked back and forth, and then I removed my top, and he told me to remove my top. And he grabbed me, and then we started kissing. And he started undoing my dress. And I stopped him, and I said, I'm a virgin. And he said, well, that's perfect. That means I get to train you, and I get to take your virginity. And that's when he proceeded to do oral sex on me. And he told me to do the same thing on him, just oral sex. Right after Rock asked me my age, and that's when I didn't tell him my age, I handed him my ID, and he looked at it, and that's when then I said he's 16. And he told me, okay, what is that supposed to mean? He said to continue telling everybody that you were 19 and to act when you are. After R. Kelly was acquitted, suddenly there's this blank slate, right? Which is so delusional for us to kind of feel like, oh, it's all good now. And it's okay for me as a journalist to say, yeah, I want to go to R. Kelly's house and hear him play piano. I would love to do that. And I did that. And it was such a bizarre fortress, cavernous, like mazes. There was an evil pool. And then there was this little tiny studio room where we just sat down at the piano and sang like an angel. And then I walked away, and I had to write this and be true to myself, and I basically said that I have a lot of feelings about R. Kelly. He was acquitted, so I chose to leave those feelings at the door. I was awed by being in front of like this incredible talent, which is undeniable. And then when I walked out of the door, all of those took feelings back up. And I think that that's what a lot of fans have been doing for many, many years. So I'm sitting on the bed and I'm just waiting for Rob. And he came in and he told me that it was time for him to take my kid. We just had that still needed over on the couch and I'm going to stay uncomfortable. But I just was with him. I was like, okay, whatever it was painful. So I was like, okay, maybe this is the way it's supposed to be. It wasn't exciting, I wasn't like, oh, I was with Virginia. Like, this is so good. It was just, I guess I just lost my virginity. When I went to the last time, it's all the like your chosen one. And after being there for a while, I started seeing other girls around the house. I'm in this room, like, sitting on the bed, and I'm just waiting for Rob to give the next word. When he opened the door, he walked in, and he saw me on the phone, and that's when he explained that I can't be on the phone. Then started the rules.
They couldn't have communication with other people. They're not even allowed to communicate with each other.
At I had to turn tables. When you disobey him, or you question him, that's considered breaking the rules. Perfect example. There was one time Rob and I was talking about basketball. He likes the Chicago Bulls. And I said, you know, I like the Cavaliers. And he said, no, you like the Bulls. I was like, I don't like the Bulls. And that was a problem. Rob slapped me in my face. And he told me, well, guess what? You're not eating. And I said, okay, this is a joke. I thought he was just playing around. The no he was to somebody who, quote unquote, disobeyed that. That's what he decided to do. Sorry. The longest I've grown without food is about 3 days. I was surviving off water and some peanut butter.
Abusing often means isolation. So they'll have slowly over time isolated a girl or a woman from the family and then say there's nobody else for you, nobody else cares about you, where you gonna go?
I started to believe that I was nothing without Rob. I started to believe that Rob was everything. And he became everything. Back in 2009, Rob pretty much just sent me out of the country. Go find somebody, you know what I'm saying? Dominique, you know, I thought Dominique was perfect. Dominique and I had met on MySpace. What we stand is, we just bonded and we have a really good friendship going based on liking our job.
Good tomorrow, my coming over, like on the weekends, and then the week weekend. You know, they was like best friends. She was hanging out with her. Don't think it was the movies, don't think it was bowling. I used to teenagers, yeah, but it wasn't. She had a girlfriend that called me and said, you know the week of that. And I said, yeah, she's been our friend. She said she's been lying to you. We asked to stay at her church. And I was like, where was it at?
I didn't see my friend in the house, but I knew Dominique was there because we would both sneak and be on our cell phones, and that's when Dominique was sharing that. You know, Rob, anytime he felt like he was on the silly, he was black. And me and her used to always try to meet up in the house, and it never worked out. We both on our cell phones texting each other, like, okay, we're gonna call the ex-husband bathroom right now. You call the ex-husband bathroom, we're gonna get this bathroom, on this side of the house. So I would be like one of those locations where we never just meet up.
I called the police, and the Philadelphia police next day. And it's Carlos, the young girl, Monique. So she came home, hours, sobbing, saying this was a grown man, sick, just get off of the charges. And I said, give me his phone number. He asked me, said, okay, listen, Michelle, like, as soon as you remember my name, okay? Stay the fuck away from me.
According to the report, these people young women had
My name is Sandra Bates, and I was with Rob for 6 months now.
16 years. My name is Katie Jones, and I've been with R. Kelly for 2.5 years.
I'm here at jail playing and doing R. Kelly about 3 years now.
My name is Cecil and my daughter has been originally from Auckland, my
During delivering R. Kelly's child pornography case,
wow, very scared. They said not guilty. Every report space is like robbers. You know, the term was talking to my kids, like, and for that, you can go there.
After having his friend and him that he invited me to our Kelly's park. I didn't tell anyone else what he was. And I said, I'm a virgin. He said, well, that's perfect. How many times, and that's one of my kids, based on like an art.
And the girl, they called me. I said, we haven't seen it like that. I said, what was wrong with that? I said, I feel like you stayed up for another way.
At that time, R. Kelly wasn't at the top of his game personally, but he still held a place in heart of people in the media, certainly fans, and he was sort of a cult figure. And for better or for worse, his transgressions in some ways solidified that status.
R. Kelly's death was not to forget about Aaliyah, forget about the sex tape, forget about the trial.
R. Kelly was arrested back in 2002 on trial 4 charges, but he was later acquitted.
I thought she was smart. She wanted out. She got a job. She was really supposed to do it for teenager. And we definitely was out. I went to after college for medical business coach. She wanted to do it for sister. You know what I'm saying? You know, so she came home and said, I haven't told you the truth. I said, what's me? I had given to him. And he asked me to that this time she not to work at Milton Farm. I just told her, I told her, I said, no, I had to go to pharmacy. So guess what? Don't know what's that. All I can do is pray and hope one day just wake up and just come on.
I was with R. Kelly for 6 months when I was 16. I didn't see my friends in the house, but I knew them there because me and her used to always try to meet up in the house and it never worked out. Rob always felt separate.
Honestly, I felt like a prison because I didn't have anyone to talk to or just me. I was with depression. I was mentally drained. I would break me down and build me up and make me feel like shit again and do it all over again. So it was really manipulating. The breaking point for me was the Rob slapped me and it took me to left out. He was about 6 feet tall and really far over my head. And he lifted me up and I was like, I love him. And then I remember just smacking out
that was just already what we trying to step in, that's why I had to walk away. After that incident happened to me, I called my phone, and I never looked back. Those things Dominique is still in town. It's very painful to know that she's still experiencing all those things that she was experiencing when I was there. But she just deserves that. And I don't want her to be there anymore. She should have a better life. You know, what doesn't try. Please, I hope that there are.
I'm someone who tried to get one girl in particular. Yeah.
And you say you would do all this?
There was a staff member who tried to get Dominique. There was a situation with Dominique where she was being treated. Dominique is like literally, she stays in trouble. She's a little tomboyish, and Robert plays on that. So he has molded her into the boy he wants her to be. So she's had her shave all her hair off, and she wears it like a boy. He didn't have her dress and boy clothes and beard and mustache on to look like a boy. So he treats her like his boy to her.
My name is Tiffany Sack. My daughter was on the couch at the time. I haven't seen her since. My daughter's severely brainwashed. She's brainwashed to the point where she says anything that he asks her to say. She's not the same Joycelyn that we knew. Stockholm syndrome. That's what my daughter has right now. We didn't know about this film was coming. It was never for my daughter to get in touch with this man at one time without me and my wife being present. Joycelyn she was kind of shy, you know, she was a loner, she liked to stay to herself, and when it came on to music or modeling, she turned on like a flashlight butterfly. At the early ages of life, she was always on the news. When I had got off work, she came downstairs and she was singing. Joycelyn? And I said, she was singing. This was probably about 10 years old.
We went strictly for professional relationships.
I think that I could help put my daughter in the right position to help her before it started. Because he had a lot of influences with her later. And he's created big hits with a lot of people. I think it was back in 2008, we did hear something like, allegations that we had a trial this month, but courts found guilty at that time, so we didn't think anything else of it.
December of 2016, she had told us that she studied and she passed on her exams and she was looking forward to the next semester.
Felt like we started to disconnect in 2016, late fall. I was going to register Joycelyn for the next semester, and I needed to talk to her.
I was saying big much of my daughter for 3 days straight. And I was able to track down one of her roommates that she was really close with. And this particular roommate said that it was going to be going for a few days.
So we ended up, we said, hey, something's going on. There's a red flag. And then we got a call from her. And she told us that she was with R. Kelly. We was like, what are you doing? You're in college. You had this discussion. I thought you did it in the direction that you want to go in. And she told me that she didn't know what she wanted at that point. Weeks went by. No, like a big silence phone when I called. It's been over almost 2 years now. And we still haven't seen our daughter.
Let's have this first thing out, talk about documents, or shall we have meetings? To strategize, to fix the situation. The first thing was to put Jocelyn on TMC, which is something he brought in there we could not have done. But because they said that Jocelyn was being held against her will and all that stuff, he had to clean it up.
You were not making home against your will.
Oh, never been filmed hostage or anything like that.
Once the video that Wilson Savage made, I would say that it was scripted. Because Robert does not allow the reporters to say anything that he has not told them to say.
You see shadows in the background showing someone saying cook on her shirt.
Are you free to know from where you are?
No, I want to be on it as well.
Make me feel horrible. If you see somebody doing this in the shadow or in the background, it's control. Like she's locked up in a jail cell.
I really think he didn't have to let off his feet when, you know, I could tell that she was not the same person who was raised up. How could he be sitting and doing so? You can't, like, I feel like he has no heart.
When the ball started going down the middle of it, there was, in the BuzzFeed, there was something in the New Yorker, the story had been the mainstream in the way.
BuzzFeed has published an explosive report detailing accusations against artist R. Kelly, according to the warning to the announcing of young women in a cult-like atmosphere. The accusations coming from non-conforming investigative reports regarding proof and one of the toxins I am not with media.
From the time that the Savages came out, shows started to get canceled. We had small running on with women. So the story they have affected this audience. And you know.
Everybody want to work with us. Right? Despite the kids don't believe the hype, I haven't canceled not one show.
No, none of that is true. None of that is true. All that is false information. You know, people talk all the time, you know, it's broken. Down out here in LA, you know, vacation in Chicago.
In your thing right now.
When I started seeing the video, I looked over my daughter kind of she was very unrecognizable because how her hair was and she all tattooed up. Honestly, it's a very deal, and I just put two and two together that that's probably what she said. So I spoke with the producers that I probably coming to LA to do the documentary, and so I convinced them to take me to WDO to locate my daughter. He always had those things the same hotel. So that's what I'm doing.
What do you think right now?
I just looking out the window, seeing like walking down the street.
You can't never let them know. Never. When they speak that care, we are not another. That's a lot. We're not saying I was not good. But guess what? I do it out there. So even though we got there, she told me never to give up. When we come to LA, we're not trying to even try to find her. I'm not giving up. I'm not.
After
the trial. Our church has had huge performances, and again, in Black Spaces, we had the Soul Train Music Award and
The 2010 performance, the epic soul systemic anthem, is definitely his attempt to come back. And he also pleads to rock and roll. That's why I think he did the 50s. When I watched it, it was an incredibly calculation performance. And the message he never created from the light of 40 minutes. I'm not being a youthful rock star. I'm the guy. I'm part of everything you want.
And I probably didn't do very well either, but did better than I was, but when you're looking at like the breadth of his work, it held. And still, he's still, working in the industry. R. Kelly wrote most of the songs for the Star Wars soundtrack. He did a song for Whitney Houston. I think Kelly R. Kelly is genius. Wrote the song for me many years. Spiritually connected with him very much.
But it's not really into that. His reputation is good thing. We all know what sex is. A lot of stuff about the abuse of women coming out really consistent. So we didn't really even be it with these hero is kind of like, I'm sure some people are very upset about. He seems very communicative. Maybe he's even aware of the enormity of what he's doing and how potentially inappropriate it is. How many of the people judging him in that hole? And yet he wins the round because of the purity of his emotion. And we see the pastor stand up during the song to sort of accept his testimony. And it's very fun.
When he has these moments that elevate him to a status that really is protected.
Our society tends to compartmentalize the things we don't want to look at and magnify and glorify things that we do. For example, if an individual is providing something to society, and we Senate or in politics, we're more likely to compartmentalize their negative behavior and minimize it as a way of accepting what they are contributing.
We don't want to let go of our children because it means that all that catalog of music and the memories that go along with it. Whether you sang out of Rock and Fly at graduation or you said the name of love at your wedding, you don't want to let that go.
This ministry is black, across the soul, and it's hard as black. And as a people, we forgive and keep forgiving. That's the church.
But now it's like, we have gone from stories that could be dismissed.
They just want to bring them down and kill his image.
To stories about women who are being kept with their parents.
In my heart, I know she's there, and I know she's there. My plan is just to go into the hotel and just basically, just want to say, and say, keep that person down so that she. They said, no, but there's no guard there. Well, I didn't get to LA not to try my look. Yes, that's a question. So I called this black guy outside of it, and the door or something, and I took a slab, and I was thinking, he said, it's like one across the street, and I did not know it was the whole government said on the Saturday across the street. Back in 2011, I was a radio DJ in Dallas, and I had met R. Kelly at an after party while he was on another tour. I proceeded to introduce myself and let him know that I was from the radio station.
proceeded to ask me how old I was, that I was in my 30s, and he was kind of sized me up a little bit from head to toe, like what I was like. We were just kind of shaking hands really slow, and that's when he slipped me the shoulder. Long distance was a hard thing for both of us, so I quit my job and moved to Chicago. I didn't just happen to me because I was him too okay. Rob absolutely told me that he loved me all the time. I was busy in Dallas, and a friend of mine said, have you ever watched the sex tape? And I was furious with her, and I felt disrespected because at this point, this is my boyfriend. Not only that, I just felt like if you have respect for me, you would be bringing up something that people are going to always make fun of over. I'm offended as well. But my curiosity just kind of got the best of me, and I Googled it. And when I saw the images, the images were the same girl did in a couple weeks before. I knew immediately it was the same woman. I just didn't know how to feel. I guess I felt like I was triggered or something. All at the same time, it was just a bunch of emotions coming over me. Like, am I really with someone that did this? I called him, and I was very upset. I hear him crying. I said, my friend sent me the tape or something like that. I wanted to know why I was looking for it, so I carefully worded it. So he didn't think that I was looking for the tape that he was the child for. He just began, like, saying things to me that I've never heard before. Like, bitch, don't ever accuse me of some shit like that ever again. Who are you listening to? Get your ass back. I'm fucking you up. Things like that. And I was just scared. He beat me in the car when I got back. That was the first time he was very physically. Not only do I need to stay faithful myself, I need to protect him too because now I love him. I love him, and now he knows that I know this secret. And I need him to understand I'm not going to tell anybody. I felt trapped. On the inside, I was like, what am I doing? Like, who is this person that I'm laying down with? Is he doing this secretly? You know, and I'm of age, am I doing something weird? I didn't know. I just knew that when we were in the car and he was lashing out at me and slapping me repeatedly, and I just kept telling him I was sorry, and that I wasn't accusing him of anything, that I didn't believe it. At this point, there was no turning back, and I wanted to make it work out, but he wouldn't beat me when he was upset. There's a period, they call it training. He used those words with me plenty of times. I didn't understand that training was like, okay, let me put this out here and see if she is comfortable with that. We definitely had to ask for the restroom, stand up with the box and go. We had to ask for your food. I was not allowed by Rob to watch TV back then. There's mom food so that he was looking at for my any reality shows on VH1 or anything that was negative or might have anything that was, I guess, pertaining to him or putting negative thoughts.
for the kid might isolate. It's easier for the people to use sexual, physically, financially, emotionally, abusing the individual when that individual is separated from the family, when that individual doesn't have the resources. He or she can essentially do whatever he or she wants to do. The victim often believes I have nothing else.
Yeah, they have a lot of rules that they can survive. Being in trouble with God would mean being confined to a home for several days, being confined on the school bus for several days, having their devices taken, cell phones taken away, and it's bad.
Being on punishment could be either you're not in school or you took a beating and he's not talking to you. It was just a molding, shaping me into this person. And then once I realized this is what it becomes, it's too late. I'm in it. The summer of 2012, we was putting together the single ladies. I was just kind of wanted to leave. And he kind of reeled me back in by asking me to go to the page room. And made it special. Okay, this is us working on the relationship. So the promises that he made were we believe in moving our original online team. So we practiced that. The lights were gonna go dim, and then the spotlight would be on me with him on his knees singing to me. And then he opens our leg, goes down on me, and I'm in the seat.
You did this story a little bit. You were going to say that the episode, with the bill, that Sean, all of them, simply said, he asked for change.
We would run up to the stage together, and then one of the guys would hand me a big contract, and then I would be looking at like, oh my God, I have to sign this to let him do what he wants to do. And I just remember him saying, this is what I'm going to have to do. Make up a contract so I can protect myself.
He does make the girls write statements with false accusations against themselves, either saying that they stole something from him, or that his parents stole something from him, or even that the parents tried to rob him or something of that sort. I don't call false statements false accusations. And I would even say, in addition to the statement, the fact that he videos everything that they do when they are being sexual with him, I think the videos again, the fact that he told, a whole other
This were ended middle of December of 2012. He introduced me sometime in February, and my life just got turned upside down after that. Sexually, it was always one or two girls. The most it was three. I just had to block it all out, because sexually was part of it. It's just so humiliating and degrading, and it makes you feel like if you say no, the consequences of his deeds. He was preparing for the Black Panther salvation. And my last straw was being starved. I think I was going on day 3. I hadn't eaten the whole day. And I just remember glancing over at him and speaking like a subtle movement, and he said, "Don't scare me while I F and D." And I'm not scared of anything. Like, I had no fear of him anymore. It was just starting to build up. And I just started thinking of ways to, like, either end my life or end his. It's difficult for people who aren't in these contexts to understand, well, why wouldn't she just leave? Why wouldn't she just go eat something? But again, it's been a process over time where this relationship is the most important relationship in her life. She won't do anything to risk that relationship and attention that she gets from that person. So we fight out.
The next day, even though all this had built up for me to leave, and I felt strong, but he came to me and he's scared over it. I didn't want to go. I was afraid of what I was going to have to face when I got home. Because I was so scared for him to stay and think and how they were going to judge me and like, what happened? Why are you back? And I'm not going to say this is my survivor of food since 27 and 10 times. And that is because of the power and of that the abuse of that. So when I got to the airport, it was so scary. I remember trying to call him and text, and I kept telling myself, if he picks the phone, I'm going to ask him. Because I wasn't saying by that time. He never. I used to be a mother all the time, taking care of him. The hotel manager, he was like, I'll take you to the front. I was like, oh my God. So I'm getting nervous. Like, I think I don't have a word to put this over.
I saw my daughter, I saw and she says, I don't know what's going on. I think that we support girls who get maybe one is reminding her she has a new identity, she's caring for her, she's loved. You've seen parents put out really lasting different ways, reminding others of their love. And the hope is that something, or if there may be a period where a girl will be questioning her current situation, may reach out, may do Google search and find a YouTube video of a message from a parent. Hold on. Secret solo. Go follow. Who's like a football paper? Like a little girl who's kind of a mommy. Yes.
Our daughter, Kelly, had a concert in Orlando, and, went to celebrate on her birthday. And she pulled her out the crowd on the stage. As it was something, we had no idea that she was going to go through with her life. She's a remarkable singer, and she has been singing since she was about 5 or 6. But singing kind of like professionally since she was about 2. She's been in so many different on-time shows, run so many awards after her that she wants to do anything with us. she had a home person, she was very funny, like, full of life, young lady.
You know, so the people were working, they danced, and there was a bunch of young ladies who picked out, everybody, they was up to background, female, who was kind of successful for it.
Even though they don't get to the charges, so, I mean, if you look at it, you know, from the political standpoint, you say, okay, maybe it wasn't really true, but then if you do it, because people make accusations, you do it, true.
I know, so, you know, yeah, I know it's bad, you know, but my deal would be different. I'm right here, you know, the mom. So I would, you know, me being a father, I'm okay with it. Because I was at 200 and the way they had to act was super fast. You know, that time we wait, kind of get to the nerve, get to the corner where the VIP was, and that's what you had to do. You know, that side of the state. So, but, yeah, that's something that's, you like to, so you can take a number, contact them.
And she always said, I don't know, she really, always asked me, to talk to the coach. The other day, the comments she said, was moving on her phone, and she wasn't talking. I was just sitting on the phone, she was on the phone, and said, oh, when I put out, the thing, meeting this on her. I don't know why I was, it just happened, like, I was really shocked. One day, we get a phone call, she on the phone, oh, I'm in a hotel, in the city, meeting this on her. And the first thing I thought is, I have to leave my, I called my husband, and he said, well, he said, I'm going to be here. I said, well, man, and I was trying to application to pass, so it kind of took me out, because I'm thinking, she never got to say about us. I was going to tell you in the name, once we got rid of the by herself.
She was over, you know, she was over on the energy guy, when you traveling yoga by yourself, you know, you got to be on the phone. And I get to the hotel, I see her call, and then I see it pull up, so I know she's there, you know, I was kind of relieved that, you know, it's okay, she is here.
But we did inside, we looked up, asking for our fellow learners, they said, well, like, gas there, and we're like, okay, we go there to gas there, and we just pulled up, and all down, I did charge on it, and, you know, we knew I was going to come down to the line. So, they got to the security, and we were actually doing it, so we were not going to go there for a minute. So, basically, and that they got, we had to here, we were trying to find out what the location was, and participation was just let us, find out what we were doing. So currently, we had like 2 floors of room.
And she worked hard, you know, and the version of it.
She was auditioning for the women. She was auditioning for me. And so we said, no, that, she needs to come out, or he needs to come out. Well, eventually, that girl came out, female came out.
She worked with you, the whole skill, hey, you know, you, and while you come down, you know, that's what we got, you know, this is my change. So, you know, this is my video back, and I'm like, you know what, maybe it will, you know, maybe it will, it was because you should have called out.
I believe that Dr. Wilkins is invincible. He was acquitted. What makes any of us think that he will ever be touched? So I think that he believes that he has a pass for life because no one's been able to touch him at all.
You're right, as you're basically saying how R. Kelly is like, he was changes and possibly help her move to the next level. Songwriting, on people, people go through, and so she was just like, you know, she was excited, she thought she could someday. We were like, you can get on something. And so then we had a conversation with her that first, you and I had to bring together what they could do. And that's not the first time without letting her take credit.
And actually, you know, it's like, you know, business, he was like, no, he was sleeping, you know, he was okay as well, and sure that, you know, there was a problem, and she had no understanding now, he's supposed to be over it.
We told her, like, basically, so usually you say, you know, she cannot be the body. Honestly, I didn't really think of it, I didn't want to do part of it, but Angela actually pressed her, she made some regret about if we didn't, you know, let her do this, what she did in. And now the connection is very
That's the point, that's a strategy.
I'm not sure if I'm not gonna or six, but because I was using a lot of skills of process and six. I was all over like flying to the persons. So, you know, now we feel I think that's a good thing. It's a I didn't think to their program was hard. I didn't think it. All she did, and we learned how to get like the masters
today. This is God's word, right? Really, right? Look at it. This is the word of God. If you didn't even figure out the conversation.
It's been really nothing. Correct? You're like them. You see what's like that here. See your face. See your yes and stuff. And I believe that we have said some things to be there. Maybe try to we're already just she always said how many people are. But he's still getting something. But, and I told her not to watch that.
I was saying,
fun, okay, today.
Well, yeah. I seriously thought. Ever get the number? I think I talked to Dave Green. I don't remember his name. Here's Doug. You. Don't say how much it is. I just want to shopping for some people.
Yeah, I figured out this new cheese Jeremy ran. It's really good. Why? He's a 31. 7 pack of that. Well, what are you talking about? Oh, how can you be so vague? Well, why not? Well, it's all right. I'm a fiance. Everyone says what's up yesterday. Understood. Well, you've never been a couple. That's a big secret. This is just like your secret raincoat.
This is totally different. That was my secret. This is Jeremy's secret. And this is a trying to come in for notice here. So, I gotta take that girl in. I actually had a few issues about that, but Jerry got to be as funniest as well. Crazy age for
Jerry got the kids.
you ever do stuff I didn't know it. So, just kind of fight. Move there, you know. So what are you gonna do? Let's do the start. I had to walk up 5 months. And you know the age walk tomorrow. You didn't have to mention your mom saying. The obvious privilege. How did they know? I got 31 ways to serve. Well, I'm walking the chair, but what am I doing? They don't want to respond to any one of these books.
Yeah, you can use the next sentence. I know they're on the market.
Actually, we have a case.
She's a surgeon.
He's too good. Good. He's a giving and caring and genuinely concerned about the welfare of others. I can't beat someone like that. Hey, I really admire the hell out of it. You get upset with something you admire. He's a brother. Love the brother. And I look there, I can't imagine seeing an asset. Thanks again. I'll ask you.
I can.
Well, you said I'm tempted. Sponge-worthy?
Yeah, sure.
But you like this guy. It's not sponge worthy.
Before they went off to work, I mean, they're not going to reevaluate my whole speaking process. I can't afford to waste any of it.
What are you nuts with these sponges? George is getting frustrated.
Okay, you're checked in. Here's your $5. We want our needs to be done. No. Our needs are done. Yes. That's what I want. Listen to me. You must bear the women.
You are really. Sponges. Now, no chest. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Same old man. Maybe you got the name. I said goodbye.
What?
Make no sense.
Why?
There's the package. It's not that easy. Like eating a lot. No, I trust you. Hey, where's the back? You know what? I'm doing it big. Six. I'm on.
Go on. Go further now.
Hey, Sam. Get down and go forever. Who? Who doesn't want to work with me? Yes, I think I'm sponge-worthy. I'm not very self.
I'm not here to explain again.
Well, we've gone out several times, to be honest. I own a very profitable electronics distributing firm, and I asked for a test.
You didn't just tell me about your son.
What I told you. Shred my side.
Good afternoon, your apartment.
We can see.
Think about everything that
It's not.
right.
Oh, shut it. That's nice. You're a very sensitive. Because they're shut in. Turn around, lost it. Here you go. Fun.
By the way, I checked this paycheck. They do.
Hey, you know, Lena, I wanted to talk to you about something. You know, because you're such a good person. And I mean,
I must have fun. I've been to the store at the water. Just tell us that it's fun.
okay. Look what's going on here. She looks great. There you go.
Thanks. So, you were saying?
What?
No, but
Oh,
you seem like you want to tell me
tell you something. I do. Oh, see, you really can learn something from me to the very all picture. It's Maybe it's a long No, I'm sorry, but the Alex is a family feud. why people are surprised when someone gets hit in the head with a golf ball. They watch these tournaments on TV, you've got 600 people crowding around all that thing, and they'll be believe when a cyclist gets bounced off the side of the road. And if you throw a rock into a crowd, that's considered terrorism. But if you have a nice golf through, no, that's not. I noticed that that's actually what the golf cameraman whose job it is to follow the golf ball into the sky. And if it's a little white ball, to 100 miles an hour, right back, right out, upside down, upside down, upside down. By golf, aim the camera at the sky, aim at the crowd, take a ball out of your pocket, throw it around. Who's going to know where that ball came from? That's all easy. Now, look at it. Well, where'd you get locksmith? I'm going. Well, I got nothing to do with it. This is your locksmith service. What's that about? Just wait for the certificate. How long did you go up and sitting in the empty parking lot? I'll bring it. Yes, indeed. Now, this is winter, but the gods of spring are out. What is up? So you're going to stand everyone crazy. And I'll tell you something else stands in ice that's transformed quickly. You never wrong. It's eventually have a shot at being big on the scene. Oh, that's this is standing here.